some of the problems that we believe could have been averted. You know, we hope that as part of your contribution, what should be included is how we maximize capacity. I think you've heard the numbers or the number of cases that each case manager handles, appeals person handles, you know, and those speak to the resources, the funding model of the NSFAS, which is unsustainable if it is, and I think we've seen that at the current rate, it is inevitably going to grow. The number of students who are dependent on the fund, and therefore building, you know, that capacity. But more importantly, I think it's about how we as members of parliament would make sure that this organ that is intended to service students who qualify for you know, grants and or loans is effective, you know, and is efficient. And so some of the things that we will obviously be looking into, I think you're aware that there has been advertisements for the NSFAS board. I think the minister issued a statement to you know, to that effect. We are aware that this is not the first time that we've had an administrator, and I think the administrator may highlight to that point, and that we have stabilized the NSFAS at some point, but that we have regress. So one of the things we'll also have to look at is what happens between now and the appointment of a new board and the term of the administrator. I think those are some of the issues which we will obviously, with time, we may not have the answers immediately, but I think with time we will have to look into those. So we're here with Deputy Minister Gondwe, together with the officials from the department led by DDG Soprikwa, together with other officials. So we will get the presentation, Chairperson, and engage with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. Mine will just be a few comments based on the strategic workshop we've held with yourselves yesterday, and our reflections on the work of the committee and ourselves. Let me start off by accentuating the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996 as amended, which states in section 29, everyone has a right to a basic education, including adult basic education, and to further education, which the state, through the reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. And this is really the cornerstone of the work of the NSFAS. NSFAS contributes towards the attainment of the rights described in section 29 by providing financial aid to students from poor and working class families. And among its many legislative responsibilities in terms of the NSFAS Act 56 of 1999 as amended, NSFAS is established to provide bursaries to eligible students and to develop criteria and conditions for the granting of bursaries to eligible students in consultation with the Minister of Higher Education. So, Chair, I stress that because I do believe that the sixth administration has beautifully handed over to the seventh administration the emphasis on governance, which has really beleaguered the NSFAS for some time. And we must welcome the scrutiny around the formation of the board. And we heeded the advice of the committee that the new board members must be subjected to lifestyle audits, ethical clearance, and carry the requisite professional profile to support the work of this important entity, the NSFAS. And further to that, Chair, I must say we also welcome your intent to review the NSFAS Act and the Higher Education Act, and this is absolutely timely. And we believe your intervention is strategic. It will help and assist us in many ways. For example, we do need alignment between the NSFAS Act and the Constitution, which I have just presented, Section 29. That alignment is absolutely critical to clarify NSFAS's mandate. Further, that alignment is critical because we do need to build into the NSFAS Act a social compact to improve governance. Absence of the social compact is paralyzing the work in many ways, reporting and so forth. And as you know, Chair, the NSFAS, and I just think I should illustrate because these numbers have been audited. Between 2019 and 2022, NSFAS managed to disperse 122 billion to over 2.9 million applicants. The disbursements for TVETs, if we drill down, moved to 35 billion to 1.1 million applicants, and disbursements to universities, 87 billion to 1.8 million applicants. And we must accept that sustainability then becomes absolutely critical if we are to continue funding our students. In this regard, we really need to look at regulations of fees more closely, particularly the accommodation fees, which are clearly becoming a runaway cost. So we welcome your intention to review the Higher Education Act, and we welcome your support in the composition of the board of the NSFAS moving forward. We must also, though, Chair, I think, at the same time, really commend the administrator for accepting to do this very difficult work. The turnaround of the NSFAS is the focus of the department and certainly of the Auditor General. And let me just quickly conclude with the last few comments the Auditor General shared with us at the close of the work of the sixth administration. The Auditor General advised, 1, capacitate the finance unit in NSFAS and its ICT departments, address all the control weaknesses identified in the audit findings, and develop an audit plan report. Improve out on the closeout project results. And we've said this on numerous times, the administrator, the closeout report is the heart and soul of gaining confidence of the Auditor General, certainly the National Treasury, and certainly the department. And on this basis, we do accept that the interdependence between NSFAS and the universities must be looked at more closely. And in that regard, the Auditor General has also agreed to look at more closely at the audit reports of the universities. Then to develop standard operating procedures to document all processes within the NSFAS with controls for managing large data, reduce entities' reliance on consultants, and we really do hope that we will start seeing capability within the NSFAS. Review, revise, and enhance current systems and processes to ensure fit for purpose and improve stakeholder engagement. And we must say that the administrator has been at the forefront of engaging different stakeholders. Certainly the universities have come out in appreciation of the work undertaken with stakeholder engagement. Chair, you will recall it was a huge problem in the previous years. And to develop policy and processes for managing policies, a matter we must not ignore, Chair. We must look at the reviewed policies and how they're aligning with the governance requirements, particularly when it comes to onboarding of students. And in that regard, the alignment between the NSFAS Act and the department must be looked at closely. And the other two more, Chair, is to develop and cost ICT strategy. This was a requirement for the Auditor General. We do hope we will see this in the presentation of the NSFAS. And of course, ultimately, in the regular reports, we want to see improvement on the audit action plan. So with those words, Chair, we are looking forward to the presentation from the Administrator, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Acting TG. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Administrator, it's 11:20. 1 hour, 30 minutes should take us to lunch. Thank you.
At 5. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And let me start by greeting you with the members of the committee. Greet and welcome the Deputy Ministers, Manamela and Gondwe. Greet Acting DG, as well as all the colleagues from the Department for Education and Training. Greet the executives from NSFAS. I will endeavor, Chair, to be within the time allocated, but I also want to make sure that I do not rush too much so that the points can be well articulated. The issues that we're going to cover, as indicated on the slide, there's a number of the first few slides that I'm going to skip so that on talk substance. But before I do that, Chair, I want to thank the Deputy Minister Manamela for just allowing us to have the picture of where we come from and where we are as an entity. But I want to add on that so that as I present the rest of the issues and perhaps provide some context of what the members would have seen on the 17th floor. There's 4 key things that when we look at the problems that beset NSFAS, we can isolate thematically. The specific problems, as already articulated by the Deputy Minister, were relating to the payment of allowances to students that was not arriving to the students, or the students would receive them and they would disappear or they would go missing. And there was a lot of dissatisfaction from students. I will talk to that particular problem in as far as the TVET college students are concerned. Its history. We do still have some minor issues at universities, but that process is also functioning smoothly. The second one, without going through all of them, was the payment for accommodations. Student facing eviction. So that issue is still with us, but we also have been working on it for some time. And the other was the issue of appeals. But when you identify thematically what drives these problems, you will find that our ICT infrastructure as NSFAS is not up to scratch at the moment. We are doing the patches necessary to make it work, but that ICT infrastructure is leading to delays in processing application and inconsistent results of applications, on the outcome of applications. It's leading to the delays in the processing and executing on appeals and other applications. But the biggest problem is the credibility of the data. That without data that is credible, that is static, you're not going to be able to make sensible decisions. The vulnerability to cyber attacks, the issues of security of our data are worrying, and some of the things that we are picking up in this regard is that it's quite possible that information relating to students could be vulnerable to abuse. So the ICT infrastructure is important, and a lot of things in terms of the core business of NSFAS rely on that. Second piece is operational capacity. That NSFAS currently uses about 0.7%, which is below 1% of the total budget as the administration budget. That then constrains the numbers of people you can have at NSFAS. As you may have seen in the operations. But the one that I want to draw attention to, just to illustrate the scale of that capacity issue, is that just about all institutions, TVET colleges, universities, they've got a unit that deals with accommodation. And that unit will have anything up to 3 people, but in some instances above. And we've got 26 universities and we've got 50 TVET colleges. You're talking close to 200 employees that are handling that activity at university. At NSFAS, you're talking less than 10 people that are handling that activity. So as we pick up the problems that we're going to be talking about, we should also have the context of that degree of undercapacity. Then the business processes suffer as a result. Then the processing of applications doesn't work on time. The processing of appeals doesn't work on time because the interface of information between ourselves as well as institutions becomes a problem. If you're not able to pull that information from the university in time, you're not going to be able to make the necessary decision that you need to make. As well as lastly, the query management system. So it is important that you are able to understand. The question was asked, how long does it take to respond to a query? You don't need to have very quick turnaround time. You're talking about affecting the future, the lives of students. So that's the context that I think as we talk to the presentation, we should all have in mind that the institution of an administration intervention was because we have problems. With 3 months into that intervention, just over 3 months into that intervention, so we still have the problems with us. The only thing that I think the presentation might relate to that, we've reduced some and able to identify them quickly. Can you go to the slide with the funding and appeal, please, so that I can start talking to the presentation directly. So the approach, Chair, is going to be to deal with all of the issues, including the planning for 2025 in between in the presentation, and then at the end can then engage with questions. If we look at the 3-year trajectory of funding, we realize that we have been dispersing in line with the registration information we receive from universities. There is, in some instances, where the disbursement versus the registration data might vary slightly, but those differences are very, very minimal, and they result they are a result of minor differences where there's a change of registration by a student or some student falling out because of the not qualifying in the subsequent years. But that information tends to track very, very closely. So we're comfortable that we are able to understand that. Move on, please. I think let's just move to the funding summary, the next slide. In the funding summary, we see that for university students, we funded about 560. There's 565 students that have been registered at university that at some point applied to NSFAS, and some of them have been successful. In fact, all of them would have been successful, and 232 for TVET colleges. The actual disbursement figure, though, is lower than that number. There's a delta here of about 11,000 at universities. And that difference of 11,000, it's instances where the student may have gone beyond the period that NSFAS is funding, or the threshold is no longer the eligibility in terms of the threshold. So in terms of the criterion that NSFAS funds, there's about 11,000 students that are falling off the radar based, if you compare that number to the students that are registered at university. And because of those differences, then those students would be falling out into a number that ought to be defunded. The disbursement is based on a number slower than that. It's about 554,000, and I'll talk to that at the end of the presentation. So if you go just 2 slides ahead, please. No, just 1 slide ahead. That one, yes. So if you look at the funding for universities, we have allocated 37.9 billion. We project that in terms of the funding registered students, the 554,000 students, we will spend up to 42 billion, which then has got a shortfall of about 4 billion. And then we add the information that comes from the appeals, the additional funding that will be needed to meet the results from the appeals. So there's a shortfall of 4.2 billion then, 4.3 billion. If you look at TVET colleges, there is an underspending of about 2 billion. The net position is a shortfall of 2 billion. NSFAS did get a roll forward of about 6 billion a few years ago. 1.1 billion of that has been utilized. So where we are today in terms of funding, if everything stays the same, we are covered for the current fiscal year. But we do need to think about the implications of that picture of 42 billion versus 37.9 billion at universities in terms of what are the implications going forward. It therefore means that there is work that needs to be done to evaluate the funding needs going forward so that the adjustment, as far as it is possible, can take that into account. We can move on. So on the appeals, Chair, I'm sure the committee will have a lot of questions here. The number that I want to talk to is that number of 35,226, which is the number of what we call unresolved appeals. Now, the language we use inside NSFAS sometimes might suggest something that it's not talking about. Of that number, there's 1,660 thereabout that as of yesterday had not been touched. In other words, nobody had looked at that 1,663, I think that's the number. The rest of the 33,000 had been dealt with different reasons in terms of the outcome, whether it's rejected, whether there's results needed in order to finalize, whether it has been done already, but the supervisor must just finalize that step, which therefore means that for that 33,000, you just need one step and then it's closed. And to put the context in this, we have built the capability to get the information we need in time. Sitting in my office now, I am able to see how many appeals are there. So I can say yesterday the appeals were so much, today the appeals are so much. And as a result, I can tell the committee that between yesterday and today, we already have more than 113 new appeals that came in the last 2 days. So why I'm emphasizing that is because while we have been slow on processing appeals, we've been trying to sort out systems so that the systems can enable the process. But in sorting out systems, we're also trying to get information from the system so that we are able to see what is the trend that is happening in the appeal. So the number 35,226 is a big number. It was a bit slow to deal with, but we've now adjusted our systems. We are now able, using systems, to move a little bit faster. For instance, just between yesterday and today, the team you were looking at upstairs dealt with 3,900 queries relating to appeals. That's between yesterday and today. So, yes, we're not where we ought to be. We're far away from there, and one appeal outstanding is one appeal too many. When I paint that picture, I'm not painting that picture in order to suggest things are rosy. No. One appeal outstanding is one appeal too many. What I'm suggesting, what I'm presenting to the committee is that we've gone some way in ensuring that we increase our ability to respond. And the outcome of that we're going to realize going forward. Move on. There are instances where funding of students would have made a decision. And based on the information we have at that time, when we look closer or we get other information, say for instance, we had funded a student based on the credit bureau information, which suggests the student ought to be funded. When you then get the ITA 34, I think that's the form from SARS, which then shows that student's parents earn above the threshold, then you've got to reverse the decision at that point. So we do find those anomalies where the students would have been funded, and then you do need to then deal with those issues. And for 2024, like I said, that number is a big number. It's 11,038. For 2023, it's 5,927. So the team works on these issues as well so that they can get resolved and we can have clean data going forward. But you will always have some of these issues because not all of the information does get to be available. And we have met with SARS in order to improve our agility in this area. And SARS has said to us, you need to meet these requirements before we're able to share that information with yourselves. Obviously, the personal information of taxpayers cannot be shared with anyone, and therefore there has to be some consent from the taxpayer. But over and above that consent, SARS still needs that NSFAS should have disaster recovery plans, must have business continuity plans, must be able to encrypt the information and so on. And those conversations we've had with SARS, and we are working on improving those areas so that we can improve the decision making. And our intention is that all of those things are in place before the time we have to make decisions on the applications we receive. So that work is going to be undertaken between now and November. Coming to the Werkmans report, I think there's two broad issues there. There's one issue, which is the implementation of the resolutions of the Werkmans Report. And when you then look at that, there's one administrative issue, which is about responding to HR issues, employees that would have done something inappropriate to be held accountable. And the other one is the cancellation of the contracts that were irregular. We have started the process of the cancellation of the contract that was irregular, but first let me deal with the issues of employees. We charged all of the employees, and some of the employees have resigned, and the CFO, we parted ways with the CFO sometime, I think it was in June. And the other employees some have made representations, and some of their matters are under consideration. They've made representations in terms of the information related to that. Even the report that we had from the lawyers suggests that the culpability of those other employees was minimal compared to the senior officials that were there. So the senior officials are all gone. Coming to the cancellation of the contract, I'll just talk, there's a number of slides that are coming, but to assist the committee, I'm just going to talk to all of the issues. One, because the contract were irregular and a decision was taken by the board and to cancel but never executed from the instruction from the department, as the deputy minister has said. When we came on board as the administration, we then had to execute that. But the context of the execution is also informed by the destabilizing effect that the payment of allowances had when it was paid through these direct payment partners. Students were not receiving their allowances. Students would receive their allowance and then the allowance would disappear. Information relating to bank accounts of those students was problematic. So there were a number of problems, and students were burning tires, threatening to destroy property. So we had to take action for the cancellation. With the SIU, we've launched a case at the special tribunal, and before that case could be heard, the last judge that was in the special tribunal resigned and left that court end of May. At that point, the judge had prepared the case for the case to be heard. We have, our minister has written to the Minister of Justice to request the Minister of Justice to plead with the President that the judges for that special tribunal be appointed. And as I understand, that process is underway. Once that process gets underway, the case will go through the special tribunal. While that was underway, Isaka, which is one of the direct payment partners, applied for an interdict in the Cape High Court, Western Cape High Court, and they were granted that interdict on the 12th of July. We, for obvious reasons, and the experiences that students had experienced, we could not bear to allow the students to be subjected again to the problems that the payment partners were causing for the students. We therefore have appealed that case. So sub judice, not much can be said about that. The appeal is underway. They have since made a motion to force us to implement that interdict decision. We have indicated our motion to oppose that, and it will be set for the 4th of September. So our intention here is that we have seen how the students have suffered as a result of this, and we do not want the students to go back to that scenario. So that is the position in relation to dealing with the issues of the Werkmans Report. The update on the SIU investigation. We know when the proclamation was made, if you can go through to that slide, you know when the proclamation was made, and there's work that the SIU has done on our IT systems. They looked at the procurement-related issues. That's why they also reached the same conclusion on the appointment of the direct partners and also the issues of bursaries to students. They've also looked at the issues that relate to the closeout report, where there's money is owed back to NSFAS. They've recovered about 853 million. 477 has already been transferred back to NSFAS, and the balance will be transferred in due course. We've paid 70 million already to the SIU, and there's more work that the SIU needs to do, and they've submitted a budget of 67 million to execute that additional work. The next slide basically talks to the different institutions that would have been affected by those collections from the SIU. On the closeout report, first, the observation which relates to the context that I painted, designing processes that would enable that the monies allocated to institutions and paid to institutions, we are able to follow up and know exactly we paid so much to this institution for these purposes, for these students. It's important to confirm that information. The Auditor General, in interrogating this information, wants to go to the level of which student has been funded by NSFAS. At the end of this presentation, I will just show the dashboard that we've developed in order to respond to that issue. Currently, we're still behind schedule on dealing with these closeout report issues. We have signed with 2 institutions. We have sent agreements to 38 more institutions. So we expect to sign those institutions for the period up to end of 2022 financial year. For the remainder of the financial years, there's still a lot of work to be done. But the dashboard that we've developed is now going to help us, at least from the side of NSFAS, to have the information we need to go to the institution and say to the institution, this is the amount of money we've dispersed to you. This is the breakdown in terms of the purposes for which it was dispersed, and these are the students. Then we confirm. From NSFAS's point of view, we're now going to be able to do that every month. We now have to make sure that institutions are able to respond accordingly. And I'll show the dashboard at the end of this presentation so that I don't interrupt the flow. On the student accommodation, get ready. On the student accommodation, like I said, there's a lot of issues. Let me not talk to the amounts on the screen. There's still a lot of issues. Just yesterday, I got a call from CPUT. Students are threatened to be evicted, but the debt for which that accommodation was threatening to evict them relates to last year. Now, in the Western Cape, only North Link campus is on pilot. So CPUT, UCT, and all of the other campuses are not on pilot. So the process of paying for student accommodation works between ourselves as well as the institution, and the institution pays the accommodation providers. So it does happen that NSFAS may have paid the money for that student to the institution, and then the money may have not moved across. We have one institution, for instance, in June, where there was almost a standoff because accommodation providers were not paid for about 1,200 students. When we went across to the institution and sat down with the institution to compare the information we have and the information the institution has, we found out that 1,077 students were supposed to be paid for by the institution and not by NSFAS. So it becomes important, and I appreciate that members do have specific cases when they raise queries with us. There's a specific case of a specific student who has got a specific set of circumstances. That helps because then we can deal with the issue effectively that way. So we do pick up that in the student accommodation, there are those things. Where we had pilot project, we have picked up that There are some issues, and Mpo is going to talk to them now. Before I proceed, I can just take a break. My voice is going. But when we picked up these issues, we then convened a meeting with accommodation providers in Pretoria in May. And from that meeting, when we identified some of the issues that came out of it, we realized we need to set up a task team between NSFAS and student accommodation providers, as well as institutions, as well as students. Have a multi-stakeholder team that looks into these issues so that we can resolve them quickly. That task team also has been tasked with the work of looking forward and coming back to advise us what needs to be done. And we are on the roadshow at the moment to learn that. And I want Mpo to just reflect on some of the issues that we're picking up on the roadshow, and then I can proceed with the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Maybe to connect from the emphasis that the administrator has made earlier about the implications of the unstable ICT infrastructure and the business process at NSFAS. That problem cuts across the entire organization, all business units. So it means data that is received by the accommodation unit may have problems because of the ICT issues. And these problems manifest themselves in different ways. And some of those I'll share with you just shortly. We have problems with delay of payments of landlords, and this seems to be a widespread problem across the system. And what we pick up to be the contributing factor is, on one end, there are problems with the management of the interface of data between NSFAS institutions and landlords. Landlords will take up students with the belief that the students are NSFAS funded, and only to learn half year that these are not NSFAS students or they are not accommodation funded, and they've incurred cost for the 6 months of the year without any funding that is going to come from them, because at that point, that's the only time they learn that these are not NSFAS students. Delays in payment of landlords as well. Many of the landlords, they are backing up financial commitments with their financiers on a strength that these are NSFAS funded students. So when they don't receive payments, debit orders bounce, they then have problems with their finances. It increases problems of indebtedness for them. So it's a chain reaction. It goes along. The other problem is the capacity of the student accommodation unit here. And the administrator spoke about that earlier, about the sense we're getting is that NSFAS was not ready to roll out the pilot project. And we're picking up those problems across the system, where we have delays in onboarding of students, we have delays in funding students because we have constraints in terms of capacity in the accommodation unit. There are also concerns about grading and accreditation process. Many of the landlords that we have met complain about inconsistent accreditation process. On one end, you have an accommodation provider who's given A, but owns twin buildings. On the other, accreditation is lesser than A. We have undertaken a process to review all accreditations that have been issued against the accreditors that we have at NSFAS. The grading issue is a big issue. We are now engaging IFC to help us with 2 studies. One study will be looking at the cost of the operating cost of student accommodation. Many of these student accommodations are sitting at our institutions, and many of them have been paid off in the last 10 to 15 years. But we are concerned about the costs that are attached to residences at institutions, some of which are almost the same with newly built facilities that are on campus. So IFC is going to be looking at the cost structures that institutions have applied, but it's also going to be looking at build reasonable based cost structures for people that are investing in student accommodation. The other biggest problem we have is our rural institutions. There's little investment in infrastructure development, especially for student accommodation, from private funding in rural institutions. So as a result, we end up having to place reliance on students contracting with landlords that are in those areas. And many of these landlords do not meet the minimum requirements that NSFAS has set for private student accommodation. The risk with that is students enter into different kind of contracts with landlords, and different kind of leases are then uploaded by institutions. We can be paying for 4.1 accommodation in a rural site that is based on the lease agreement, but actually the student is paying 1.5. So the balance of the money is unaccounted for. So that is again one of the issues that we are picking up. Colleagues would note that in the presentation, I don't know if that mistake has passed that slide, but it may come. As of in July, we have spent about 1.4 billion in private student accommodation. If you compare that to the spend in July 2023, you'll see a significant growth in the private student accommodation in the system. Now, across all provinces now, we are having chapters of student accommodation structures. All the student accommodation structures are not regulated. So we don't have a structured way of engaging with them. And the longer we have unstructured, unregulated student accommodation associations that are rising, it increases the risk. And we have seen, I mean, in the time that we've been here, instability in student accommodation unit could have a serious implication in stability of the PSET system. So we're looking at the way in which we start to engage with the private student accommodation providers across the country. We've now set up a task team that is representative of all of them across the system. And this task team, amongst others, is looking at capping policy, is looking at accreditation policy, but is also looking at regulating the private student accommodation. We're hoping to make a contribution to the Department for Policy Review. The last important decision that we have taken recently is we are no longer increasing institutions into the pilot because of capacity constraints. We're setting up a meeting with all piloting institutions in September to develop a learning report of what are the lessons we've picked up in all pilot institutions. University of KwaZulu-Natal is going to be hosting the session. We'll generate the report, which will then also give to the department as part of policy development process. The report will help us understand how best do we manage private student accommodation. I'll pick up just one issue of interest for members of the committee to know. Over time, the PSET system has invested intensely in building what we call outside of the curriculum capacity development, the student learning and living. So students that are staying in residences institutions have an advantage of some kind of support that they get at residences. So once students stay outside of the institutional residences, institutions are now constrained from cost point of view to provide extra curriculum support to the students. Many of them don't benefit from this support. So there's a disengagement between those that are charged with the responsibility to care for the welfare of students and those that are now staying at the outside residences. There's a cost implication for institutions because they can't pick up that cost. Enrollment is growing fast. Demand for beds is also increasing. So it's a conversation also that NSFAS will also be taking up internally and also advising the department on what the thinking is. Thanks.
And so tied with this issue of accommodation is the issue of transport and safety for our students. So amongst the issues that the policy consideration is going to make, we've got a threshold that within 5 kilometers of the campus, you don't pay for transport. But when you go to UKZN, compared as opposed to Cape Town, Joburg, and so on, you will find that within that radius, the students pass through dangerous spots. If they have to go study in the evening in the library, it's going to be difficult for students to get back to their accommodation safely. There are incidences and cases of students that had been stabbed, and there was a case when we were there for the roadshow of a student that sadly lost his life, although the circumstances were not necessarily criminal in that instance, but still creating that environment would also have saved the life of that student. The other point around the solution partners I will do in the wrapping up at the end. If you guys can then talk to please the readiness for 2025. We then superimpose that part now, and then I will deal with it later. Thank you.
So with regards to our readiness for 2025 academic year, we're looking at the student journey in terms of what are some of the deliverables that we need to have in place on our side. When it comes to the preparation for the cycle, this is where we look at the policy documents, making sure that the business rules are adequate, the systems are enhanced, and that we do have the necessary data setups in terms of the flow of funds when we ultimately make disbursements to the students. We have completed the loan policy on our side. We've done consultations with the sector, and it has been submitted for approval to the administrator. We also have the bursary policy, which is the funding conditions and criteria. We've revised this particular policy where the outward look is for now to start looking at it at a 3-year perspective. One of the criticisms that we had received was the fact that on an annual basis, we changed the policy from an NSFAS side, which creates a bit of instability in terms of how we manage or administrate the bursaries. So the proposal that we have now is looking at a 3-year period where we're looking at what are the criteria that are required for the bursary scheme. We have consulted all the stakeholders. We are only left with the VCs and the principals of colleges that we are meant to meet. Once we've completed that consultation, we will then be submitting the final draft for approval to the administrator and obviously for concurrence to the minister. But at least from a rules perspective and an eligibility criteria, there's not too much changes in as far as the policy is concerned. The student accommodation has been removed from the funding policy as a result of the ongoing work that was done with the work stream that will ultimately culminate into a separate policy that's going to administrate the student accommodation space. We are ready from so the systems have been enhanced and we are ready to open up applications on the 1st of September. The proposed closing date is the 30th of November. You would recall that last year for the 2024 academic year, we opened the application late. It was on the 1st of November to accommodate the tax period and the updates in terms of that. There was a lot of complaints from the students and various stakeholders to say that students are panicking and therefore we should be able to open our applications earlier on. Hence, we will be ready to open the applications on the 1st of September so that we can be able to receive those applications. Maybe part of the enhancements that we are looking at in as far as the applications is concerned, we did have a serious challenge around students having a confusion with regards to creating their profiles, where some students, after they've created a profile, they actually think that they've submitted an application. So you get a lot of students that are waiting for NSFAS to say, why haven't you finalized my application, whereas they actually did not submit that particular application. What we have done to improve that so that it doesn't create a confusion is first we have removed the reference from students when they create the profile so that they don't think that they've actually applied, whereas they've just created the profile. What we've also done is to then enhance on the student portal that students are alerted that you've only created a profile. The system should prompt them to go and apply so that they are aware that they actually have not necessarily completed their applications. We are putting certain reminders as well as part of the enhancements and through our communications team to indicate that students should be able to know whether or not they have applied in terms of their portal. The second issue is around continuing students. Now, we do have a challenge where some of the continuing students, because they panic and they don't see their status for the new year, or they're not understanding that you only apply once and as they end up applying again, which actually becomes a disservice to them. Because when a student applies again, we are then subjected in terms of our processes to test their financial eligibility. And if there's a student who borders between 350, let's say 348 and 350, by the next year when they come and apply again, they will be over that margin. So again, from a communications point of view, this is something that we are stressing to say that students should not necessarily apply unless they are changing sectors. That is the only time that students will be required to apply on our platform. Sorry, we're still on the first one. Then the other improvements, I'm just noting some of the system improvements that we are having. The parental details, this is a huge one where students do not necessarily give us the correct parental details, or when we compare with Home Affairs, the parental details are actually not matching what we have received. So this is an area that we said we are looking in terms of how do we provide necessary support to students, and also where the parents are deceased, we are actually requesting that additional information. A sole point that has been for us is the issue of the consent form, where we had a huge challenge at the beginning of this year, where there were compliance-related issues that we did not fully meet when it comes to SARS requirement. So we are already planning, and there has been engagement through our operations team with SARS to ensure that we are compliant in terms of SARS giving us the necessary information. And obviously SARS give us the most up-to-date information on our side. There has been certain conversation with SARS, but we also do have a backup plan in case we are not able to satisfy those requirements and SARS is not able to verify the information for us in terms of using VeriCred. When it comes to a student fulfilling their application, we do determining eligibility, and there's two tests that we do. The one is the financial eligibility, which checks the threshold with which the student qualifies for, and the second one is the academic eligibility, and this is for continuing students to check whether or not they qualify for funding. Once a student passes the eligibility check, that is when we call provisionally funded. What this means is that a student qualifies for NSFAS. It does not necessarily mean that the student has been confirmed for funding by NSFAS. It is only when we receive the registration from the institution that confirms the course that the student is doing and the level that the student is doing that NSFAS is able to confirm the funding status of the student. When you saw the presentation that was done by the administrator on the 3-year model, you could see that we do have quite a high number of qualifying students versus the students that we confirmed for funding. And this difference is as a result of registration that we received or do not receive, where students apply but don't end up going to particular institutions. When we confirm the funding for a student, we are then eligible to provide payment for the student, and where it is in the case of a loan, we are then sent to recover those funds for those students. So you can go to the next one. Now, with regards to the 2025 applications, I did indicate that we are opening on the 1st of September. We will be making immediate funding decisions to SASSA beneficiaries. So as and when a student applies, we're picking them up on the SASSA database, we will be able to make those funding decisions. For students that are non-SASSA, we said that because the SARS, and we depended on the SARS information, their tax year period is only updated towards the first week of November. So based on that, we'll then only be able to send the information or update the non-SASSA beneficiaries from that period as well. But there is the ongoing conversation between ourselves and SASSA from a compliance point of view in terms of how we deal with the non-SASSA beneficiaries. Then for continuing students, we will be making the funding decisions in December when we start receiving results for universities. And then in January, that's when we start receiving the results for the TVET students. We do have a communication plan, a comprehensive communication and outreach plan, and also from our internal employees, we do have a training plan that has already commenced, where we'll be training them in terms of what are some of the changes that we have for the 2025 from a process point of view. We also plan to train institutions, because we do know that students are at the institutional level, and that is where the first point of inquiry is when it comes to any changes with regards to our systems and our processes. We will be doing a launch, an official launch at the Saul Plaatje University on the 3rd of September, where there will be quite a number of students that will be open to apply for the 2025 academic. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Vyogazi. The next point then relates to the organizational capacity and human resource issues. And we have already indicated that there are areas where we believe we are undercapacitated, but we also don't want just to increase the capacity without having done a scientific study that helps us to evaluate that and understand what the resource requirements would be. So the immediate project that we are undertaking is to do that organogram review, and as well as prioritize recruitment. The committee members will know that we they had advertised for the chief financial officer, chief audit executive, and CIO. And we've gone through the interviews. But with the imminent changes in terms of the time frame of the administration, we've had some engagements with the minister as well as the DG, and that process we've halted for now. But we have additional capacity that we have in order to deal with the issues that relate to those functions. So we're not necessarily compromising the functions, but it would help to get to a point where you have permanent resources. So then once the board is appointed, I think the board would take over that process of appointing permanent employees. So coming to the administrator report, just go to slide 42. So a lot of the things that I've been talking about in the presentation also relate to the work we've been doing as administration. But I think I need to put it in context in terms of the streams of work we've been doing. One, when the administration started, as I indicated earlier, there were problems, as also the Deputy Minister spoke to that. We needed to respond to students who are saying, I do not have my allowance. And in responding to that, we realized that two things. One, the cancellation needed to be done as recommended in the Werkmans Report. But at the same time, we needed to come up with a mechanism that ensures students receive their allowances and they receive them on time. So end of May, we started paying using our banker directly to student bank accounts. Since then, we've not had a single query from TVET college students. And I'm hoping that we don't have a scenario in which students are not querying, are not able to reach us for reasons of economic means. But as a matter of fact, we've not had a single query from students since then, which therefore suggests to me that the mechanism works. But the other piece that must be understood is that we had these what we call direct payment partners, which is in fact indirect because you take the money, you give it to somebody, and then it goes to the student. So when somebody handles any activity for you, they charge you for it. So we were paying as NSFAS 12 rands 15 cents in terms of the agreement for that activity per transaction to a student. But also the agreement was also making a provision for another 10 rands from the student bank account as well, plus service fees per transactions that students would be doing. So not only was NSFAS paying, also the student, if you give a student 10 rands, the student is going to get 100 rands, the student is going to get 88 rands pretty much. So it was a costly exercise, and the direct payment mechanism we've implemented, we are paying less than 1 rand per transaction. So from 22 rands to 1 rand. That's where we add in relation to that issue. We also then we started with the stakeholder engagement I indicated earlier, but in that stakeholder engagement, we picked up these problems and we had to respond. The second piece had to do with long-standing queries, and most of those long-standing queries, some of them related to allowances, we've dealt with that. Some of them related to paying for outstanding accommodation for months on in the Eastern Cape, in KZN, throughout the country where this picture. We've tried to catch up on all of those outstanding queries. We can estimate now that in excess of 90% of the queries have been cleared, but we still pick up, like I said earlier, I got a call from CPUT yesterday. So we still pick up some issues. It doesn't mean the issues are gone, but the majority of the issues have been dealt with. We're picking up as we go in the roadshow that the accommodation providers are now comfortable to the extent that they receive their money. But the burning issue that we still have is that we still need to pay on time. For instance, last month, as now in August, we were supposed to pay on the 31st of July, but we couldn't. We ended up paying beginning of August. When we pay that late, accommodation providers, debit orders, as Mpo has said, they bounce, their credit score with their financials get affected. So we must make sure that we pay on time. In the roadshows, we've undertaken that this month we're going to pay on time. On Friday, we're going to be pressing the button to pay. When we were touring the building, the chief operating officer said, we're even staggering the payments. We pay the allowances and then pay accommodation and then pay, which all of these steps take a long time to process. We've automated that process now. At the end of this month, we're going to be able to pay on time. But the bigger advantage of that automation is that, let's take Walter Sisulu University. The accommodation providers that are supplying accommodation in that place would say, you haven't paid us X amount, and there's maybe 20, 30, or even 100 accommodation providers that have not been paid. You will then do the exercise of evaluating their claims. You find that their claims are legitimate. They must be paid. But because of the weaknesses in our system before we've done the automation, you will then have to wait for the next payment run at the end of the next month. But the debit order is due now, not next month. So the automation that we've done now, come 1st of September, going forward, we will be able, when the accommodation provider says, I have not been paid, we'll be able to take the claim, get the information, compare with our records. When we agree there's an amount payable, there's an amount due to be paid to the accommodation provider, we'll be able to process payment on that very same day. That's the capacity we've now built. Yes, we still have pains because historically we're not where we should have been, but we've been building using the systems that we have, trying to improve them so that they can help us do the things we need to do. So the second piece of work has had to do with dealing with those clearing of those backlogs and building capacity where we need. And in that building of capacity, we've gotten some additional capacity from BDO and KPMG to come and assist us. Now, the solution providers, which is one of the problems that will still remain with us. I'm saying we will pay on Friday, but because we pay through these solution providers, there's 4 of them. It looks like the number 4 is very popular here. So there's 4 of them, and we will send them the information on Friday. The information will be saying, we are ready to pay for these students in these institutions. They will look at that information. We'll then send them the money the following day. When you send them the money the following day, they pay to the bank accounts. So there's a 24-hour delay in that process. If you send the money to them after 12 o'clock, for whatever reason, then there's another 24-hour delay because they can only process it the following day. So we met with accommodation providers on Monday and said, can we work together to find a much more direct mechanism where when the money leaves an NSFAS bank account, it goes straight to the accommodation provider. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that controls are in place to make that happen. But even with the system where it still delays by 24 hours and so on, we will be able to process payment as soon as we have now evaluated whether the claim is a valid claim or not. So the historical issues, we are now going to be able to begin to change. The second piece, or another piece of work that we had to do, we realized that the workforce at NSFAS is not working as a team. And by that, I mean, if you're working in operations and somebody works in IT and things are not working well in operations, it's easy to blame IT instead of saying, I can play this role to make it happen. So the culture change initiative that we are making is meant to help us focus on the result that must be produced, focus on the impact we are having on our stakeholders. If I fail to do this, this is what happened to the accommodation provider. If I fail to do this, this is what happens to the students. So by infusing that way of thinking about our work, we're going to begin to see positive results. And like I said, I made the example operations and IT. In the first meeting of this culture change, there could have been fistfights in the room because of how intense each unit believed their story is the correct story. But guess what? A lot of the things I'm talking about in terms of now we're able to draw data, we're able to have some dashboards that help us to have information handy to make decisions, came out of the weekly interface and sometimes more regular meetings that the operations team and the IT team are having in order to focus on what needs to be done to improve the work at NSFAS. So that culture change has been bearing fruit and is still work in progress. Then on the developmental side, we're saying we are busy sorting out the problems, but at the same time, we need to build new processes for the future that are going to be helpful. We need to build a governance framework. We need to help the transition. Now that we're talking about the board being appointed and so on, we need to start planning for the transition of that process. The payment of allowances, we need to implement that direct payment mechanism that we've implemented. But because of the interdict, we are delayed on that. Once that process is done, we're then going to be able to implement. So we took a step back at the beginning of the administration and said, an administrator is one individual. No single individual, no matter how smart you are, can take sensible decision without the counsel of others. But the administrator is an instrument that our government uses to deal with lack of governance. So how do we then make this instrument work in a way that is not leaving blind spots? We created a governance framework. In that governance framework, we designated various committees that are going to assist the work of the administration. So even though we don't have a board, we do have committees that interrogate submissions on various aspects and then advise the administrator, and then we're able to make the necessary decision. Audit committee is back constituted, the finance committee is constituted, there's an appeals committee. So we've put these committees, including student accommodation committee, so that colleagues can share knowledge, but also assist the administrator in making the decisions. Then there are immediate interventions that we've done. The dispense of allowances I'm not going to talk to, and direct payments. Organizational review is something that is a long-term project that we're doing. The internal control environment. We are meeting with the Auditor General every month. Our next meeting with the Auditor General is on Friday, to look at the issues that the Auditor General has been raising so that we can deal and resolve those issues. The key appointments is an issue. I spoke to that. There's an issue around expenditure control. Once you pick up that something was irregular, you need to keep an irregular register so that you can account to Parliament properly. There was irregularity here, and this is the extent of the irregularity. So we've established those registers. Contract management register, we've established those registers as well. And of course, adding a bit of capacity that will help us. Then the last financial statement that was submitted to the committee, I think is 2021, 2022. And in fact, even those financial statements, when they were submitted, the committee wasn't happy and they had to be returned. And that work has been done, and the Auditor General finished that work. When I meet the Auditor General on Friday, I will be getting the first draft of the audit report for the 2022-2023 financial year. So we should be able to close that one and then submit. Now we have the 2023-2024 financial year that we need to do. We are aiming to have that done, hopefully before the end of the calendar year. But then in terms of tabling, it might take place into the 2025 calendar year. But the reason we are pushing these things, because it's important. I can't go to DDG Sotuba and say, I need a rollover, but she can't make head or tail of the current expenditure. So it's important the financial statements are up to date. It's important for oversight so that you can hold us accountable on live information, not historical information on which the horse has bolted. So the closeout reports. On the closeout reports, I just want, I'm not going to talk to the rest of the slides. I'll come back to the closeout reports now. Just go to the key focus areas right at the end. Bantu, it's slide 54. Yes. So the key focus areas, like I indicated earlier, there's a fourth one here that we need to close, is to ensure that our ICT environment is overhauled. And the TTG has already indicated that we need to come with a costing of what will it take to have systems that work at NSFAS. The capacity of NSFAS, we need to address that and say, what is the optimal capacity and how do we get to that point? And then the preparation for the 2025 academic year. From a transition point of view, obviously we do need to change some things. If you can show the last slide there. From a transition point of view, we had put a project plan in terms of the activities that administration has got to do for the full 2 years. Obviously, you will not have done all of the things by the 31st of December. So to assist the process, we're going to have to now review that, and we're in the process of doing that, review that and then say, what will be delivered by the 31st of December? And how do you then lay the plans in place for the work that will be undertaken henceforth from that time? Bantu, I'm hoping you did get the link to the dashboard. Please go to the link. So to talk about the closeout report and using the link to the dashboard, I said we had to do some work at NSFAS. We were in a situation, the first one, that first one. We're in a situation as NSFAS where there was a student at UCT, Tilibali is in the meeting here. That student's ID number, if you follow that student ID number, it would say funded, and then a week later it says unfunded. So the status was not static, it was changing all the time. So we needed to make sure that the database from which we read to make decisions is the database that can be the same today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. So the work we undertook in that regard is to make sure that there is no manipulation of data that does not arise out of a transaction. Is the link working, Puti?
It's still loading.
Okay, so there's no manipulation of data, so we stabilized that part. We then said, okay, now that we've stabilized that, we need an ability. We're not able to pay on time the accommodation providers, as an example. So we need to automate the extraction of information that we need. We deal with so many students, 780,000 students. So dealing with so many records, you're not going to do that work manually. You do need to automate the systems. So we've automated the systems. We are now able to extract the information automatically. And then it enables us to be able to pay on time. But what that has done for us is that we then said, next, we need to have the information handy so that we can make decisions. So I'm going to talk to that picture that you see there. On the right-hand side is a chart that shows different institutions. So University of South Africa, you can see, gets a lot of allowances. So we've dispersed up to date 30.1 billion rands. And that 30.1 billion rands, we can tell you so much, 12 billion was for tuition, disbursement for allowances, 2.73 billion, dispenses for accommodation, 9.75 billion. So we're able to tell you per institution as well. So if you click on that institution type, so we can then on the institution just select on that, click on that, select all, and then select TVET colleges or anyone. So it can then tell you that for TVET colleges, we have dispersed just over 4 billion, 4.9 billion rands. So we can tell you for TVET colleges, of the 30 billion rands, 4 billion has gone to TVET colleges. But most importantly, if you go to institution name on the right hand side, so we can then select all and then select one, or can just select Poland. It doesn't matter which one you select. So it then gonna give us the information for that institution. Now, from a close-out report point of view, so for Poland, we've dispersed 90 million. For close-out report purposes, and it's 4.2 thousand students. So we also know how many students we've dispersed for. We know who those students are. We're able to go to that information. So from a close-out point of view, every month we can then go to each institution and say, we've given you 99 million. This is the breakdown of that, and these are the students for which it was done. And then we can confirm the information at that level. That's the capability we are now able to do. But last week we were not there. So the point I'm making to the committee is that we have our challenges. There are ways to resolve these challenges. It's going to take a lot to resolve all of them, but we are building the capability to have the information that enables us to deal with that. So when we're looking at that 30 billion, it also was showing us the number of students that we're dealing with. Now, I said there's a delta of 11,000 students earlier on when I was talking about universities, 565, 554. We can now, at the end of the month, once you've paid, you know that you've paid so many students, but the registered students in that universities are higher than that number. You can then say, what are these exceptions? Why have I not dispersed to these students? You can follow up immediately before you even make the disbursement, as you're making the preparation for the disbursement, and say these are the reasons for those students. So we've built a capability now that will enable us to help the call center to reduce the number of calls. But we reduce the number of calls first by dealing with the problem where it begins. It begins at appeals, it begins at applications, it begins at disbursement of allowances and student accommodation. So if you sort out the process in those areas and they work efficiently, there's going to be less demand, less pressure going to the call center. And then you can, in the call center, bring in that query management system, and then you'll have an organization that works better. All of this work will take more time. Where we are now is at a point where we can get the information that enables us to make the decisions. We are not where the information works for us in the manner that it should. But we're at a point where we can be able to analyze the information and then say, based on this information, this is the direction we need to take, or preempt the queries that would come from students in some instances. If I go just emphasize the point about the 11,000 delta on the students, if you take that 11,000, you know at the day you are dispersing that you did not disperse to 11,000 students, you can then go to their records and say, these are the reasons, annotate those reasons in the system. When the student phones for a query, the call center people will be able to pick up that information immediately. Or we have created a chatbot system where the students can actually interrogate the information using WhatsApp. Chair, I think I should stop there. The point we're making, Chair, is that we're not where we ought to be. We still have challenges to resolve. We still have legacy issues that are a pain to students, are a pain to society. We are committed to resolving them as we go on in time. It is unacceptable that students would suffer this long while we have an institution that has got a mandate to deal with the issues of students. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Issues. Thank you very much, Administrator and your team. It's what you are showing us now. Is it possible for you to open that dashboard? This one is a slide.
It's a dashboard.
Oh, it's a dashboard. Okay. So who has access to the dashboard?
The intention of the dashboard is that we at management should have access, and also if, for instance, the minister or the minister wants to have access to that, because that's information that you are reading, they can be able to have that picture the detail of who the students and who the students are with, for obvious reasons, we have to be able to share that image. But you can get a picture of what all the trends. In the query management system, it will even be easier, like I was saying earlier. With that 2,900 registered, we got 118 that came in this morning. So we are able to see that trend and that movement online, and we can share that the access to that platform.
Okay. So this brings the dashboard, not a slide. And then in about 11 days, you're opening the applications. Is it possible that the 20 minutes, I don't want to open a floor now to members, because it means someone ask now and someone ask after lunch. So is it possible now that you give us, we do a demo application so that we can see if this system that will be running live. The assumption is that it has already been tested 1, twice, 3 times, but just probably waiting for it to go live. Is it possible that we do a demo application now and see if all the steps, so for a child who's in Tuba now, on the first day, they try and apply, let's see the steps that it's going to take, and then we'll then take questions there. Is it possible to do it now?
Chair, I'm going to put my neck on the block because the testing is not finished yet, but we have tested. I'm looking at you here, Farun, that can we try and see if check is coming to do that. Okay, but it is, we have tested. We were doing another level of testing, so there might be a bug here or there, but we almost ready with this. So it's a neck on the block here. Okay.
Yeah, we want to cut the neck. So colleagues will just wait for, how long will it take? You don't know, Jack?
It's coming from the 18th. It's coming.
But coming is a please, so that we are on the, when we go to lunch, at least we would have seen the frustrations we had downstairs. Maybe let's also take this frustration of an application. And we'll also request administrator that maybe from now on, we may need to have monthly written reports on the work that we are doing, the 2025 intake, and the work that we are doing, monthly written reports to Parliament, so that we are able to track progress. So today is the 21st of August. So we'll agree that on the 21st of every month of September, October, November, we will need to get reports from yourselves. I know that quarterly you report to the ministry, but we'll ask to have monthly reports to Parliament so that we're able to track for ourselves. This committee we have agreed that even though we're an oversight body, Deputy Minister Maname, our oversight for those who are doing, who watch rugby, is something called TMO, or those of you who watch soccer, something called VAR. So we're going to do an oversight with an VAR application. So we're not going to wait for things to get bad before we intervene. Whilst the game is still playing, when we see a problem, we'll stop the game, bring the referee to come check his or her own mistakes, then they go and rectify it, so that we don't wait for students to die. We don't wait for students to toy, We don't wait for infrastructure to be tortured before we intervene. So we're going to do that via a kind of oversight. Whilst we're still waiting, yeah, my questions, I think I'll ask them after members. Because there's a question that I really wanted to ask acting DG. But I'll ask it. I think I'll ask if it's to the ministry and the department. But I think it's best that I ask it after. Are you the testing guy? Or it's all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a chick.
So I brought the active there and the activity has that.
Jade, Nick.
Jade. On 18 laptop like what laptop? Your laptop is not a different. Have you seen the laptop from the village? Stop Google. I got a laptop from that village. It's supposed to work. You can't get the link. There's that's okay. From my laptop. I want to do that from my laptop. Will I be able to do that?
Just so my brother would like you to open. Yeah, you must go to Google and search. IT, not IT. So what are we doing now? So we're starting another laptop.
I don't know. No one knows. Maybe I get this in the concern to tell you. This is what our online application will look like. Yes, we are using a laptop here. You can also apply using your mobile phone. But we're still in the testing environment. Before we launch on those platforms, we'll just demonstrate to you in this platform, on this platform. So here we go. We have ID numbers and we have names and surnames of our students. And so we will use those ID numbers as test cases. So what we will do is we will ask you to select someone who would want to complete the application. So wherever we have an option, yes or no, you can tell us and we'll go through the whole application for you. You can choose disabled, you can choose not disabled, you can choose a loan, you can choose a bursary. So can you tell us who will be doing that with us today? Anyone? The chair.
I want to do it here. I want to follow your steps on my one so that we understand. So then they must go to NSFAS Consulting. That's your website.
No.
Yeah, so let's start afresh.
Okay. So you just go to the NSFAS website and then click on apply for funding list. We are in a test environment now. Hey, Pilani.
So on our corporate website, that's where a student will go and show you where a student must already select. It's called My NSFAS. So there's a link that they do select on our eventual. Okay, as you can see the chair. You can see the chair, it's My NSFAS. So that's where students go on the go to the corporate website. That's where they go. But what we're going to demo now is not yet introduction. Based on the 2025 enhancement requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, is there someone you've selected to go through the application with us?
Yeah.
What do you need? Okay. Is it? It's meant for public consumption.
The ID number.
Before we start, so every applicant will first create a profile. Okay. After you create a profile, we had a problem previously where our students or applicants thought that they had submitted an application. So we've changed things here so that at the end of the create profile, it says very distinctly, proceed to apply for funding. Okay, that's the sort of a tacit reminder that you haven't actually completed your application. We've also inserted this here. I don't know if you're familiar with the form, but they are what you call mandatory, compulsory, or forced fields. So wherever you see the asterisk, you have to complete the form with that particular field. Now, previously, you would leave things out and you would be allowed to proceed to the next page. This is why we had incomplete applications. So we've addressed that matter through the forced fields. It's very simple intervention. We've got some developers this year Jack has been working with to help us with all these simple things. Okay, so no, we're not going to go that fast. So, sorry, Jade. We're going to go with the whole group. Sorry. Yeah, so Jade will fill it in, but you will need to tell us what you want to put in there.
We've dealt with the basics. My name is there, the surname is there. The first name, second name, ID number.
So just on the ID number, to say that you need to provide consent, because remember, this is broadcast. So we're giving consent that your ID number will be, broadcast. So just to that disclaimer then.
Yeah, it's fine. I confirm as per the instruction of the chair that I'll put my personal details to public. I confirm it's fine. Yeah, there's my ID. I'm not married. No, I don't. I have a disability. I'm an African. What more do you need? The email. Can I have it invented? Guys, fine.
So, as you can see, you have to fill in some fairly obvious details, personal details there. But we do a verification with the DHA on the ID number. So first of all, you can't put any alphabets into this particular field. We've tested it already. Okay, so it's not an alphanumeric, it's a number only. And Jack wants to take us through a DHA verification process.
No, I think, so what we want to prove here is that remember the requirements for a South African to apply for NSFAS, not anyone. So, like as Dr. Farina said, we have a live system to systems with Department of Home Affairs. So we just want to check maybe if by removing a number to say how will the system. Thank you.
Remove a digit from the ID number. Remove it. Okay, press proceed or next. Okay. So Jake, when you make any changes, that's what they can see as well.
But I moving this, I sure that there's some.
Maybe in the screen.
Starting this to actually. As you can see here, it's easy on that but it's
Okay.
Speed up the Wi-Fi connection.
You can see there's a message there that says, please enter a valid South African ID. So we check Home Affairs directly. Thank you.
Okay, can you observe people, if we have a 12-digit ID number, you will see that particular message pop up. Please enter a valid RSA ID. Okay, put the digit back in.
Put in forward.
Okay, great. All right, so we have that now. Let's proceed to. So very slowly, you can see we've created a profile with the name, the surname, and the ID number. This person is not married, not disabled, indicated their race. There's a drop-down menu, an email number, and a cell phone number. Now we have a note here to say that all forms of communication from NSFAS will be communicated to the registered contact number and email address. Okay, we'll take the block now for read and understood. Yes. Yes. Let's go to the ID number. I'm in a testing environment. Okay, so
No, go back. Or next to the ID, there is go back to the ID.
Glenn.
So.
No, it's not a valid one.
No, maybe it's valid.
I
think it's valid.
No, it's yes, it's valid in terms of dating. Not valid in terms of it attached to the name, right? Yeah.
At this moment, application was completed. Excess. Yes.
Okay, let me explain the process in terms of how we work with the DHA. So the DHA may be having problems on a particular day, their systems may be down. The DHA may have problems because nobody loads data like NSFAS. Okay, I mean, we're submitting thousands of records on a daily basis. So we came to an agreement with our auditors, and they have agreed to this. So we have a data warehouse. Our data warehouse includes all information that is less than 90 days old. And the auditors have agreed that we can dip into that data warehouse and dip out again when we're doing our applications. We're in a testing environment now, but that works. If you do not have a valid South African ID, you will not be allowed to apply. Okay, let's proceed. Thank you. So you want to let's see, we'll put it in.
Can I maybe make it 00 so that could be a possible someone's IDs?
They want to check.
No, but the issue is the name and it should not be.
So put the three.
Okay, right, let's go.
It's not gonna see it. I think the system is linked to the editions. Like your UI not linked to. I use people to direction for the application.
Okay, it's not it.
The grade and space and program. It's like if you can. You don't.
That really checks the name. The length is correct. Okay, there you are. ID number enter is not a valid. So whatever that first step, you can check it.
Okay. So did you see the pop-up? Jane, can we go back there? Just try and click next again and see what comes up when you click next again. Okay, there's a pop-up that you should get. It just came up now and said, you saw the pop-up, okay. Something new introduced, pop-ups, that's it.
Now the fact that we provided actual valid ID number that is a student. Yeah.
And this time we're using you. Okay, did you see that pop-up? Did you see the pop-up? Okay, we're good. All right, so let's put in a valid ID number now. So will someone call it an ID number? Did we just change the last digit to 4th? No.
A correct ID number.
The suggestion was somebody's ID number, but the same person.
Okay.
So the name of the ID.
Oh, you want to test that also? Okay, let's put in somebody else's ID number.
So it's a real name by mistake, but different.
Oh, yeah. Correct.
So
No, correct ID number, but change the name.
yes.
Let the name stay. Those names are staying there, but I'm giving you my ID.
Correct. Yes.
So
06 37 00 86 Yeah, then me, yeah. You know what? So we have the picture. Now we understand. Okay. Yes. It's not mentioned. There we go. That's what we want.
I want to screenshot it quickly.
Don't take a screenshot. Let's go play. Let's go play. I want to see the image.
So
Now we are doing the correct one.
That's the.
as a chairperson, are you okay? Can we proceed now? Okay, so do we proceed with your names now or with your ID number separately? Change the names, okay. Do you have any objection with us proceeding with your name, ma'am?
The chair is good on the matter.
Okay.
Just change the ID back to the original with the.
It's easy on the name.
Oh, it's good. No, we are doing a proper process now.
Just for
He has given us permission.
Karabo, K-A-R-A-B-O, Karabo.
No, she's not giving any surname.
No, chair, thank you.
The second name.
Okay, if you're uncomfortable, ma'am, we won't proceed.
There's the chairperson who's running the show.
I know, but sir, we have to respect the rights of the individual in terms of fogging, okay?
The committee.
Hey, you are not Karanga Bato Kakao. You don't get to speak on her behalf.
It's fine. Let's close this thing once and for all.
Yeah, we know.
Unnecessarily delaying us.
Yeah, it was called the system.
This thing of GNU is a problem.
Just keep it stable for you.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
We said we are willing to work out at the next meeting. And still they could go live.
Lekker. Sure.
Continue, Jake.
I just want to hear from Parun.
There's no time. They want to see the rain.
Okay, so this is going to work now, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we proceed now to the next step? Are you happy with the checks you've done? Okay, let's proceed. We've got password. Let's go to next. Okay. Got some address information here. Okay, so here's the step I was talking about. Proceed to apply for funding. So Vuyikazi earlier only explained to you about the grade profile and how it links to the application itself. Okay, let's go. Clear. Okay, we get the same message.
But both names there. Oh, there's one.
You also want the colonial need.
You see,
No, I don't remember the South African, don't worry.
Okay, so we have a profile and account that is being created. Now we have some questions to ask the gentleman, honorable member. Please select 3 of these questions and show all 6 questions, please. So these are security questions.
If you have forgotten your profile, these are the questions that will ask you. For forgotten your details.
Why don't you stop sharing the investigation?
So don't you think that we have tested the first part of it and it has demonstrated capacity of going to the next stage?
No, that is not your address.
The next thing
That's only for a registered.
I cannot be subjective unless I remove my details there. We'll start on our own.
Whose address is that?
Whose address is that?
Funded.
But we're not doing pretty unnecessarily. The issue of the
I'm not.
No. Remember the argument was around Home Affairs and NSFAS being able to.
Why are we not moving there?
We have some security questions. You must select 3 out of 6 security questions.
Just select any.
Okay, great. So,
That's moving.
would you like to give the answers to the security questions?
Just it's a fake profile.
That's right.
It's not like you go to apply for NSFAS tomorrow. Just put any names there. We're late for lunch.
All right. So, Zaid, will you explain how the security questions will work going forward? Zaid?
No, security questions, if you've forgotten your password, we might ask you about. Let's just move.
Right. Okay. You apply to public university. Which one do you want to choose? Yes or no?
Let's say yes.
Yes.
No.
Next question.
Yeah,
You want to apply for a bursary or?
yeah, let's go to Bazaar.
Great. Okay.
That's why.
Let's go, Jake.
I'm tired. Kids can appear everything when we're
Disability, yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, so let me just show you something. Let me show you.
No. Let's do this. Let's do yes.
Okay, so
On the disability, I want to see that problem we have downstairs.
Profile was no.
Okay, so this is what we will see. If you click yes here, to click more. Remember we tested this over the past few days. We are telling you, you will be required to complete a disability annexure before the application is completed and submitted. The annexure will be made available to you at the end. But this is not the message we want to show you. There's another message that comes up. When you click yes, yeah, it will say the following. Look at what's written in black here, right? Your disability status selection is different from that in the grade profile. The selection in the application will now apply. Selection in the application will now apply unless you switch to the previous selection. So, you happy with that? Okay, you continue with yes now. Okay, great. Okay, now watch what happens here when we go from yes to no, right? If you go, yes, I am disabled, you accept that choice. Okay. It will ask you whether your household income is less than 600,000. Because the threshold for disability students is 600,000. Go back and click on no, not disabled. Okay, now look what happens when you click no, you're done. See, the question has changed now. Dynamic form. Is your annual household income less than 350,000? So we will create this dynamic feature of what?
Oh, it must.
When we proceed?
What is it? So the third. The first is what? Outside. Yeah, it is the third. Approval. 5 nights, Wednesday. No, yeah. When do we back? Leaving on the Friday. The issue is that on Saturday the flight to going to Pretoria, going to Kimberley on the 3rd. So on the first way in Pretoria. 8th only of September. Only then.
Yes.
Can you say the minister announcing where in Pretoria? So now it has to be from the date. Yeah, so until I'm asking. I hear you. So it's like from the date then until 2nd and the 4th. Yeah, okay. Open to open. Okay, ask and the have to change just the dates from the 2nd until the. Okay. Yeah.
What is the purpose of information?
Okay, that's a very good question. So what happens is that, as you know, the funding follows the student. So if we remove this particular section, it will have no impact on us in terms of funding a bursary, because we'll still fund you based on your financial and academic eligibility. But we have to be considerate of the fact that we may only be able to fund, let's say, 760,000 students, hypothetically, right? What about those who are not funded? It's my colleague here, who works in strategic enablement, and they have other funders. So the other funders will say to us, we are looking for students who have an interest in science. So we come back to our application form, we filter it, and we say, these are the ones that were not successful with us. Would you like to consider them? We pass them on to other funders. We also charge an admin fee if you want to fund through this test. So that's how we also generate some income. Yes.
Okay.
How does the applicant know that that's what the information is for? Because it just says study information. It's not saying what are your other fields or these are possible potential. It just says study information.
I know that. We don't necessarily raise expectations at this point. Remember, this is a NSFAS application form. We debated this year whether we should remove this. But given the fact that we have to harmonize with our colleagues in strategic enablement in terms of funding from others, and that's not a given, it's not fix that you will get funding from anyone else. But we do mine the data appropriately if we get any requests. And we did get one request recently. Thank you.
Becomes the criteria and from that cohort that would have not qualified, but then you take from that pool to get to your associates or sponsors, potential sponsors to assist that particular cohort that did not meet the.
That depends on their criteria. Whatever they
the whole pool.
Yes, we share that with them to say you can now select from these ones, you know, it will help those students because these are poor children. And if we can't fund them, somebody else should fund them.
They don't know what's going. So it's a break. If the student doesn't have the information that they could possibly be funded, even though this is primarily NSFAS, what is the purpose of that? The student who fills in the application on their own, what is the purpose that they ask, what is the information? Because let's say it says study information, I want to apply for communication. So I might just choose it in the first form because that's what I want to apply for, but there could be a potential other funder. But this form does not communicate to me as a prospective student and applicant.
It doesn't. It doesn't. In fact, we don't need this information if we were going to be selfish. But we want the children who are not funded to be considered in another bursary fund, and that is why we have that information. When it's requested, we pass it on. So we don't share. We don't share.
Let's avoid dialogue.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. Last year you had this thing.
Yes.
I want us to test if it's accurate. I know it's in the testing stage because last year, for an example, the study information of yours, they were just, it was as if they were just put there. For an example, let's say you want to study sports management.
Yes.
Which category there? Because it will say faculty and then course, isn't it? So let's check. So the first one is what? Have you put all the courses that are available there?
There we go. So you can see we start with adult learning. Let's go right to the top. From adult learning to building construction, business studies. We go in alphabetical order. We'll go slowly.
So if somebody wants to teach education that does not appear there, for an example, somebody wants to study education. Sorry?
Let's go.
It's only ECD. So if you want to study to teach FET, for an example, FET phase, so it's not there.
Education.
Okay. I'll throw the whole list. 747.
And I thought we had calculating
It's fine. Let's go through the whole list.
So you can't get it down there. So let's make a suggestion because it's not there. When you put these things, make sure that you put all of them. Because there's no need. I know even last year you did the same thing. For example, in the faculty, last year you had faculty, say humanities. And under faculty of humanities, you'll find BSc, which is not supposed to be there. Or you'll put faculty of science and engineering, and then you get psychology under that. So let's when we put these things, let's make sure that we put every little course that must be there, because it does not make sense unless if you are saying to me, only the ones that we have put here, it's only where you have potential sponsors. Then it will not make sense because then we must then communicate that there's a potential sponsor somewhere for some.
Okay, so there are two ways in which we can do this, and I'll just defer to the DHET while they are here. So, and we have also our colleague Lungi Satfo, who helps us with leads the TVET sector. So this is what I will propose. There are 21 sessions in higher education. Is that correct? So sessions are classification of education subject matter. We'll take, it covers the universe in higher education. We can take those 21 categories and put them in. Then we'll ask Lungisa to give us the categories for TVET colleges, and that will cover the universe. Will that be acceptable? Because this is from other years. We've had this list for many, many years. The only way to cover the universe is to cover how HEMAS addresses it through the session. Is that acceptable? Tilivali is our institutional support expert for higher education.
Yeah, maybe you and the university branch have that discussion, but make it easier. Last I did in faculties, we say under faculty of humanities, sciences, engineering, whatever, then you put those things under there so that it's easier to get. Yeah. Because if you have to put 100, it's going to take long.
Yes. Yeah. You will also notice that we try to simplify the form. So the language we use in this form, we use the simplest words. The word faculty is not understood by every child who is applying. So we're trying to avoid to use technical terms that are associated with higher education. They are transitioning from secondary school into higher education or from secondary school into the TVET sector. We try not to use words like faculty. So we've simplified it with some generic groups. If you want, we can just add education to this and leave it as it is, or we can be more complicated. I don't want to be too complicated with our children. So we can just add education if it's missing, even though we do cover higher education and training. Is that acceptable? Colleagues, can we just add education?
No, you and the education branch have that discussion, but make it easier. That's the point you're making. Next, let's proceed. Let him finish. You are near finishing.
Yes, we are nearly finished. Okay, so again, when you answered, okay, so these are the kinds of forms you may need. Now, if you read the instruction, it may seem to you that you need all of them, right? But it says, make sure you have the following electronic documents. But when we list the documents, we'll tell you where they are applicable. For example, you may not need a court order because your parents may not necessarily have been legally adopted. You may not need proof of income because our FE engine, our financial eligibility engine, will be able to determine that. Equally, you may not be an orphan because you have parents. You may not need a marriage certificate because you may not be married. Okay, we do not accept affidavits. Zabe has made sure we put that in red on the application form. Thank you. Let's proceed. So again, are you married? The answer was no upfront, right? Okay. Are you able to, now this is very, very interesting. So this is where we are asking you to provide details of your father, your mother, your guardian, or your spouse. Now, what happened?
Let's go to lunch. I think these things are self-explanatory. Okay. You can see you're just taking off, and it's lunchtime now.
Okay.
So on these ones, you don't need to really explain. We can see. Are you able to provide a form? No need to take long.
Okay.
How many slides before we finish?
We're just about there.
Yeah, let's finish.
Okay. Okay. Did you receive a provisional firm or pre-enrollment offer from an institution? No, that's fine. Okay. If you are clicked, you are disabled, you have to now upload, download, complete, and then upload the disability annexion. Okay, we don't have to do the whole thing. Let's continue. You have to complete the SARS form. Okay, you don't have to complete the vulnerable form. We are still working on this application, so that will come out. And then next, These are the terms and conditions that you will accept. Oops, all the way down. Okay. These have been reviewed by our lawyers. And then I have read in the full terms and conditions. You accept, and let's see what happens. Bingo.
Yeah, okay, so let's hold our questions. We will ask them immediately after lunch, including on the presentation. So it's 1:25. Let's come back at 2:15.
Good job. You are ready now.
Thanks. Thanks.
Couldn't believe.
Yeah, I'm sure that guy was catching everything wrong.
Even me. He was so relieved when the ID changed and it identified, but ID doesn't exist. I appreciate it.
We actually need it. What I do is I but you know what? We can be through the process before the contract ends. What is it? So that I can now. Well, actually, just want
Not gonna leave again. Reception.
If you're first on the get so that I pay myself. Thank you. I thought the chair was clean. That's really. Learning ngayo, chief, why? Nakethoma usas. Ina ndike tutabantu bakho office ngayibera ngawo. Alright. All the gold. I need to know. Bamba.
Oh, I have Nancy. Yeah, no, that's one committee. Okay. That should want to keep.
Hi, how are you? Okay. I was trying to get it, take it ready. Time is run out of time, so I thought I'd really clean it out. But I thought we've done it to, yeah, no, 30 minutes. So you know what happened before, so I think with Alice and around just to see what the direction of this thing is going to be. So there's something that has been outside important and in the name the subordinate let's focus here on this approach here. So they mean what we think is to see what the skills get in bench. So the aim is to be that I have what is the skills get in the area of like so in the finance division, in the infrastructure division, in the strategic division. So for the see what you think, strategic planning, finance, leadership, as well as the infrastructure. So basically, each of those two directions. So the regulation is subject of that. In our local content, yeah, state with that. And where they think that the regulation almost on these two how how the organizational structure needs to look like. So it doesn't think it's really somewhere around what they call it. Constant and they call it reserve that and I think to them, what is the so they maybe we prototype I will have a structure and something like that. I think that there's no there's not competitive yeah, it's not top that. So you can see that it's a very high strength and get some like the structure for the but I don't know now what's the also it's just been outlined as compared to in the various section of the legislation and the so you are thinking about but I'm not sure. Yeah, but I'm not sure in this one the position that like in position like I think somewhere in the Lord don't do that. You must have just have to put our shape up and then given, anything in form of something like, or you can amalgamate the cooperative, whatever you think, I'm not sure how that happens yet, but I'm very sure. Which the going to be a problem. Because the plan is for us to make the current organization budget, we will start, it will be and if the current structure mixing that and the way we look at things that complying rights and structure, so and then go into the something like that, that message lines. Message truly very of the time that makes parts. Then we go into the field, when we get the relation, if we talk about what we actually have. Then we'll say, oh, that supply chain management. And that will be first and this type of story as a push and one action. So that way, well, I feel like what time? I think so. We're in the same place. What means we're talking this one comes from the guy is actually holding that would be when they protected the sections for the so, when it's been language, they gave the one out. And it's hard to be wealthy, it's back. There was a special house. So they needed policy. They understood. It's everyone else around us was a terrible. Volunteers and the kids. So there's two and this so that we can follow it. That's it. So after that, this person I mean on the so the research that I'm going to be taking yes, bring that sacrifice and you and maybe for your children or your grandchildren. Family more than 33 towns. It's a national guard unit and something that is classroom. Very last so what you think is so you very small laptop. They use outline and then keep different ways I get now. So we can go to different ways now. But usually, it's like people in the way people that You give us the solution, it's the third one I think as well. And then there's also work that can control that yeah. So we also need to bring in as well to see what I can do. And we also need the last part that I just just say so the other one is the disclaimer. So here there's a working paper that is not with I really hard thing to wait. Yeah. So you might realize that. Then how did for the metro, the content so they must give us what they need, what they need. Then here, then I put the information right. Right. Similarly to this one, right? And then here you have a bit of information saying what national treasury of that. But most importantly, yeah, but we just want to know what's happening with the living. This is where your everything happens. You know, the big yeah. I think we might just be very I think fighting yeah, you covered this.
From
has a current yeah. On the revenue. You can give me your number. Yeah, so that is why I'm trying to say those are the ones that I got here.
But I'm trying to be honest, but they are my running over now. I don't think
so basically then I'm yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm here. I give them a little night is a or was I if yeah in Baila now go for
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, and also especially the way I'm with you. Yeah, but I do that. It's If you look at the report,
And that's where.
That is why when I saw.
I'll be sending it in the
Yeah, it's not different.
there are people who are born to they don't play. They don't play. You are looking.
People don't understand.
I think they include a lot of
Madam Review.
Minister, may I assume kung sa daling now?
They are coming in here.
Is she not saying?
That's what I've been made to understand. Just confirm so that we are going to.
Yeah, please.
Please send it to her. Please send it to me. Because the Minister of Education.
Bensitsho kusifu isolo ukuba ngenenze
No.
ndibathumelele niyiyeke lapho uthukela leyifakeni nawo because abe nesikhathi yena soyijonga i-approviwe le nto yakho ngosayisa for a concurrence. Bensitsho ayikho approved ndiyafana engakana concurrence uyayazi zawuhlala ba within 2 weeks.
Who's outside there? Awumbizele bona lapho Nqobi. Sengi? Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, we are not for that list. for damage to
Let's see.
How are you prepared? Well, you know that. They didn't want me to not go to a certain what they are paying. When you are in
It's going to Rago. That's one. Just checking because I can tell by the melody that you really had a good time during that music. That's what I'm talking about.
Are you okay? Oh, Mama. This is too much love. It's dangerous love. The love that makes and then creates strict love. I'm not going to think this. So then what about the prayer with you? Oh, that's not a we're not trying to why is he moving up? Yes, telling us that there's an innovation. Yes, we have
I'm full now. Okay. Colleagues, welcome back. You'll remember that we did not take questions before lunch because we only had about 30 minutes. So we're going to take questions from members. Your questions, members, will cover the demo that we saw on the application. What are your thoughts, improvements that you think may be needed there? The other one will be on the work done so far by the administration team. And then the last one will be on the 2025 academic year preparation. You heard that they're going to go live on the 1st of September, close on the 30th of November. But on the work done, you still have appeals. You saw their presentation. You still have appeals. You still have many issues that I know members would have received from students from your constituencies. Some of them claim the defunded unfairly and all of that. So I'm now going to note hands. So it is 20 past 2, colleagues. So we might need to limit ourselves on time so that at least when we leave here, we do have answers from NSFAS and we're able to go make sense. I think the first thing that NSFAS administrator, I want to say on behalf of these members is that we received the presentation yesterday. Normally, that's not how we work. We prefer on a meeting that is scheduled for a Wednesday, we prefer to get a presentation a Friday before so that members can go through the presentation thoroughly, engage with their research teams, engage with their content advisors from different political parties, so that when they come, they ask properly well-researched questions. So we hope that this will be the last time where we receive a presentation late. If there are questions that members feel they are not properly answered, we're going to ask you to write to us. And then when we ask you to write to us, we're going to give you, normally it's 7 days. So, and it's not 7 working days. That's the mistake that sometimes entities make. When we say 7 days, we met today on the 21st of August. It means on the 28th we expect to get the answers. We will indicate which answers we feel that we have not properly answered, and we feel like you must give us a proper answer in writing. So I'm now going to note hands. I'll start with you, Honorable van der Walt, Honorable Maseko, Honorable Khacham, Honorable Khojani, Honorable Honorable Khabo, Honorable Shikwambana, and I'm going to close with you, Honorable Hassan. So those are going to be our hands. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we take 10 minutes each, it's 80 minutes, which is 1 hour, 20 minutes. It's a lot of time. So I think I'm going to stick to 10 minutes. We'll really appreciate if you don't take the minutes. But if you exceed, unfortunately, we would have to close because from 2:30, it means our questions will end at 2:04. So, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. I will take 10 minutes. And may I say good luck to the administrator. What is fixing of NSFAS? And it's unfortunate that we have to ask the fixer the questions while he's sitting next to me. But Chairperson, I'm going to start with two overall questions because it affects what we've seen and the current status quo. So first of all, if you look at the SIU costs, because the period was extended, comes to about 138 million rand. Now, in basic private or government, it should be that when you're in trouble, you have to really go and see where the trouble starts and go back to basics. And the first thing is, if every person appointed is qualified to do his job, does his or her job, we would not spend 138 million rand on an investigation, and we would have been able to fund more students who are in need for these study loans or bursaries. 138 million can go a long way, and I think we must really, every person in NSFAS should take that serious. I also believe that, and I'm not quite sure because I have not analysed that portion of the budget properly, but surely, this is high spot prime offices with a view that costs millions. So I'd like to know what budget are we spending on this 3 or 4 floors with a view, and nobody is watching out for the view because they have to focus on the computers in front of them. The other 2 floors we haven't seen. So 5 floors. So I'd really like to know what are we spending on this offices cost-wise and the parking facilities, because in the CBD of Cape Town, more or less you have to pay for that separately. And any other buildings we have. And why is this building here? Well, the accessibility is not here. Because the N1 passes here into the CBD, but the N2 and the M5 and from all other areas doesn't pass here. I'm not so sure that this is the best spot, and why aren't we utilizing government buildings and maintain them while we are in them? The other question is, the challenges of the ICT was mentioned here. I'm not sure if we had a very clear plan on what are we exactly doing to get that fixed and by when, because it seems like this is a continuous challenge, with continuous seeking solutions. There are a lot of things. I just also think that the system we are using could be better in getting proper turnaround time frames. I don't want to compare local government or provincial governments in such a way, but you know, if you fix a pothole, you give people 24 hours or pipelines or whatever. Surely there must be something, because when we were upstairs this morning, we heard there were questions on how long does it take to solve queries, and there was reference made depending on how long the queue is. So my question is really, how long are the queues? And are there different queues for different queries? It's also sometimes very difficult to find somebody on the phone. I'd also like to know what is very important, like in any business, or in any study. I remember in my days at the National School of Governance, when it was sorted under one portfolio I served on. Surely we should know, for all the billions of rands that we give to bursaries and loans, is what are the outcomes? So we give a 30.1 billion rand per year or per amount for that year. What are the outcomes? What is the successful pass rate, placing people in the economy or in the economy, the job market, and specifically also in what fields? Because vocational have many aspects or disciplines. So I think that would be a very interesting, because also the subjects we offer or the curriculum must be demand orientated. It doesn't help you send us to what NSF did to a farm and we're going to do breeding whatever rabbits and sell them for the meat and you can't even find the farm. 23 million rand later, I could tell you what to do with the rabbits, but leave it there. So yeah, what is our outcomes on our inputs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to find out, Administrator, maybe let me start about this system. One, I think we are now at the fourth industrial revolution that, especially for the rural kids, if you have the mobile app for them to be qualified for the applications, it will help them a lot. And since you're talking the language of being qualified and confirmed in funding, they are two different. Then when they upgrade to go to the laptop, isn't that the confirmation of the funding, they can get the communication. But at the first stage, if you IEC championed the application for voting on the mobile app. So if you can have a mobile app, I'll say you are progressive in trying to assist the kids to apply for the funding. And to what extent, maybe if you can share with us that the data that you have, it will be protected when coming to IT. And also the cyber attacks, because we have learned recently that the National Health Laboratory has been attacked, and it was just a disaster in that it might happen to, you are not immune as NSFAS to that. So what are you doing to try to with that moving forward so that you don't fix and then you have loopholes at the end of it as you try to continue fixing whatever that needs to be attended to. Okay, now when coming to some of the issues, the appeal processes that are here, and when you look at the explanation that we're getting when we're doing the walk around, you do have the staff that deals with the queries. And we get the report of you receive about 2,000 calls. You can only attend to 600 per day. That means 1,400 is a backlog of issues that I don't know how are you going to be able to access those issues. And that excludes the emails that you are going to receive. And versus the capacity that you are talking about that you do have now. So and I'm not good in maths. I'm good in calculating 1 rand plus 1 rand. That says to me that automatically, as you add with about 100 plus per day of the issues that you have to deal with on the appeals, and also the queries that you receive, there's no way that you can deal with the backlog until there is maybe a call center that is functional that you are going to create based on the number of the calls that statistically we have seen that it comes into this institution per day. Now, that is another thing that we have to say, how are you going to go about to deal with that? But the worrisome one is some of the applications that get to be declined because Memakodi Maseko has received a bonus. I'm earning less than 350 per annum, but because I received the bonus, my child is not going to qualify. The system rejects the application and declines that the child qualifies because of the bonuses sometimes. And I'm just putting it in a light way, but it is a reality of what's happening. Most of the kids has not been successful because of the bonuses. Can check administrator on there that needs to be looked at. And even if they appeals, they still refuse to accommodate the kids that have been a bonus. The other one is the retirement package. If a parent has received a retirement package, if they've received the retrenchment package, again, they get declined because there is the amount of money in their accounts that shows they do have money. But when you distribute that money for a 60-year-old until they reach whatever the age that can be, there's no way that that parent can be able to pay for their kids. So those are the issues that you have to look at as you adjudicate in making sure that the kids, they get the fundings. The other one, it will be maybe if we can get the action plan in making sure in the operations, implementation, and the timelines. Because here we were generalizing some of the solutions to the problems that they are facing, and especially when coming to the students being the beneficiaries in this, that when you do your plannings in making sure that you are reacting for 2025, what are the timelines of the issues that are urgent to you? Maybe you give us a list of what is urgent, the short term and the long term. What are those that are the long term to you? That also will be appreciated if you can maybe give us a table of which ones are the short terms and which one are the long terms for the implementation. So I still have a lot of questions. I'm going to just it over to Karaba. Maybe we'll have a chance to do that. Otherwise, I can always send you the email.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Number 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. And Chair, I appreciate your patience with me. One, Chair, the first, I think I have 2, 4, 6, 8 issues that I want to touch on, just briefly. The first one is on I think it links to what Honorable Van der Walt first touched on. You would recall, Chairperson, that in the previous administration, there was a call from the committee for a comprehensive report on the skills composition of seats filled within offices within NSFAS. There was a commitment that would be given. I don't think we have that, Chair. And we were also clear, Chairperson, that a skills audit is not just an investigation on the basis of a report that has been given, the Werkmans Report, and a skills audit isn't just an investigation on the basis of whatever SIU we have or whatever whistleblower has to say about what is wrong within the department, within the entity. A skills audit is something that happens irrespective of that. That will then give us a clear understanding of probing into issues of corruption and maladministration and issues of poor competence altogether. Therefore, in order to maximize our turnaround strategy, we should do those concurrently. We must do that concurrently. You must do those concurrently, Chairperson. And I would like to hear from the administrator whether the commitment is something that is being looked into now by the administration or not, or whether there's a commitment to do so moving forward. I do think people who don't deserve to be serving students in whatever capacity should be fired. If they were hired wrongly, must go back and find employment elsewhere. And we must make sure that we have the best people available for the job. So that is one. Number 2, Chairperson, on the slide on page 15, on the report on the charges that have been made, who's where, who's resigned, who's represented by how, there's an account of one person that is missing here. And perhaps in the verbal presentation it was brought forth, but maybe I missed it. So there's an indication of of the dismissal, the agreement that was made for leave. There's a representation by Nahau that is clarified there. There's 2 that were represented by Nahau, and we have CCMA, but then there's one missing. Where's that one? Unless my mathematics is failing, but where's that one and where's the parity there? Because we also need to know what's happening with that one. And then 2, number 30, Chairperson, on the student accommodation model. So it's good to have an identification, yes, of what is wrong as far as who's not accrediting according to what speed, which pilot project works and which pilot project doesn't work. But it's very necessary to have a solution to that. So if we know that the pace at which we are going to accredit student accommodation isn't working, then ideally the solution should be tabled to say, these are the times that are aligned to the commencement of the academic year. Each institution registrations are happening around this time. This is when students are expected to be settled within campuses. And by that time, in line with the demand for student accommodation, we should have closed the gap of student accreditation. That will also make it easier then for us ahead of that academic year to plan accordingly and know how many beds do we need where, and how many more do we still need to build if we need to. And if we do need to have public-private partnerships, where do we go, at which institution, at what cost, and if there are models and modifications that need to be done within our budget, we can do so. So that is something that I would appreciate. And I say that because every year we have a problem of that, where students come, there's no student accommodation available, or if they do have accommodation available, then the accommodation available is not credited. Or you do find cases where we have accredited accommodation, but that is subpar. The quality then accredited does not match the paper and the comfort that we want for students. So I think I would appreciate that. Number 4, the minister indicated that there is 3.8 billion rands that have been made available or set aside to fund the missing middle. The last time I checked, the model around the distribution of those funds, 1, 2, the assessment of what the qualifying criteria for the missing middle is, was still hanging in the air. Is there clarity now? Can I now, because we're 11 days away from application, when students apply, will they know of the normal cohort of students that have been applying that we're used to? Can we confidently say, in addition to that, the 3.8 billion will cater for these people, and this is how those people are going to apply? And I'm asking because we had the mock model there, mock, what is it, system, application system, and it doesn't factor that in. So that to me indicates that the allocation and the commitment made by the minister is not going to be filtered through, at least for this application process. So if it is, then it will catch on later on somewhere, and that is problematic, particularly if indeed truly 3.8 billion has been set aside for that effect. This is a call that I think the room does not need motivation for why it is important. Let's just roll it out. We still have 11 days to get that right. In the system, we can still get that right. Vector it in, make sure that come academic year 2025, we don't have a conversation about the missing middle anymore, but we're rolling it out. The other one, Chair, again linked to new applications. I worry, Chair, because there's this new application that is opening in just a little over a week, just less than 2 weeks. But we still have appeals from the previous academic year, the current academic year, and the current and the previous academic year that are still not resolved. So how then do we have confidence to start an application process when what was happening currently is still a question mark? Because students, do they reapply? Do they not apply? Are they going to be academically, financially excluded from the institution? Are they not? And if they are, the time frames for university communication around that is not favorable to this time frame, NSFAS. And so the troubleshooting system itself is against the student's benefit. It doesn't meet that. So ideally, I would have loved to say, we know we're halfway through the academic year. We have clarity on appeal criteria number 1, which is the onset, the first time for the first half of the year. And then the second leg of appeals must strictly just deal with deviations that happened in between the academic year. But it can't be that at the end of the academic year, we're still dealing with deviations of the first term of the academic year. So what happens now? Are we going into these 11 days with no clarity? Are we saying 5 days before we launch we would have concluded all appeals? Do we have a deadline or not? So I just need assistance there. The second last thing, Chair, is on the ICT, and Honorable Maseko touched on this. You would also recall, Chair, that again in the previous administration, NSFAS had made a commitment to the beefing up of its ICT in terms of human resource, in terms of intellectual resource, and in terms of financial resource. And the commitment made was also matched by a presentation that spoke to the phase at which NSFAS is at to do that. So I'm asking just a follow-up. Are we finally done with that? Do we have more people employed? Do we have more money spent on that? Do we, in line with more people and more muscle and more bodies on the ground, do we have now a better technical and intellectual capacity to deal with the ICT problem within NSFAS? Or are we still looking at that? And I'm hoping the answer is favorable to the former and not the latter, because then it means we're moving somewhere. And if the answer is favorable to the former, please may we have a detailed breakdown on how you've been able to achieve that. That way it will help us to assess accordingly. The last one, Chairperson, is again on beyond just, I think there's enough people in the room who will touch on the direct payments. So I won't touch on that, I'll let it go. I want to touch on the administrative function and the decentralization of the function, Chair. And it links again to the ICT, that's the problem. Chair, can I steal 2 minutes that were not used by Maseko? Just for one decentralization, I beg.
I can not, sir. I can add, but I'm going to be fast.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members at NSFAS for all the information you have given us. It has really opened my eyes, especially. I just want to start on the student funding shortfall. The first question I have is, why are the TVET colleges facing underspending? The second question is, what specifically or exactly does it mean when it says the NSFAS appeal is closed as opposed to rejected? In the instance of incorrectly funded students, in one of the slides, it says that the system has an error. What kind of system errors are that and how are they being restored? In the Werkmans report, it indicated that the CFO is now negotiating for a separation agreement. Can we please be provided with clarity on what they mean as separation agreement? And if these people that have been found guilty, what are the penalties? Because it seems like the separation agreement would just mean an out-of-court settlement, meaning that those who have employees have been implicated and have resigned and are not criminally charged, are they then allowed to go and continue working in a different place with instances such as negligence, gross negligence, and gross dereliction against them? In the issue of the application systems earlier, there was a kind lady who showed us that she was busy with applications. And in the simulation we did earlier, we could proceed with the applications without the IDs of the parents. And yet the issue where the lady was sitting was that she continuously had to send information to say the parents need to submit the IDs and the consent form. So why can we move forward in the application without IDs? Without the IDs of the parents. In the same way, we couldn't move forward with an incorrect ID and name, but why can we move forward there without having to submit the parents' IDs if it's an issue with the salespeople, the application employees? And the e-Zaga application, if we can please get clarity on what the nature of the interim agreement is with FNB and what the costs are going to be incurred. What are also the specifics of the floor tender that is mentioned on page 16? In terms of the official loans that is mentioned for Soapblaike University, myself having worked at Soapblaike University, there is an over-enrollment in education, whereas the Northern Cape, where this university is situated, is a primarily mining, solar and agricultural environment. So why are we not looking at issues in order to have people studying those courses in order to boost the Northern Cape economy? And then the issue on raising awareness on the 2025 applications, is it possible that we can get examples of how these pre-launch activities and social media campaigns will be running so that we can have an idea of what the prospective students will be seeing and if it is something that would attract enough attention. Also to provide us with some input on the training plan, for details on the training plan to empower all stakeholders, internal and external. What is the nature of the training that they would like to do? The final one is on the CFO and the CIO that are still outstanding. What is the current cost of the temporary positions and why the permanent positions have yet to be finalized? Thank you.
One. No, Ms. Glad, and also try to be very precise in terms of questions. Perhaps the first question I would ask is the question regarding the loan scheme. I think it's something also that was highlighted in our meeting with the department yesterday. And also I do remember that the former minister spoke on this loan scheme in his address last year, December, if I'm not mistaken. I only learned yesterday that it amounts to something around 3 billion. So I just wanted to maybe just get detail on this loan scheme. Is it already implemented? If so, how many students so far? How does it work, if ever it gets to that detail? The second question, I think it was a bit covered, or the content was a bit covered by the administrator around the outstanding annual financial reports of the entity. Perhaps I would ask if the information is readily available on the system, why is it now a challenge for us to get that? Or let me say the portfolio committee, why is it taking that long for us to be provided with those annual financial reports? And I did also gather the fact that only the report for 2022-2023 would have been brought before the Auditor General on Friday. Obviously, it might return back again. So I just want to get maybe more clarity on that one. I want to ask a question around verification of students. I think this pertains to the pilot system. How long does it take the verification process of students? And which students are being verified? Is it current students or new students? And in an event that students are already verified, because we do have reports, I think, out of the roadshow that NSFAS is busy undertaking. I attended one KZN and I had interaction with other landlords at that time, and they had expressed greatly that they are dissatisfied with the fact that there are even some students that are already verified and are occupying spaces, but they're not getting payments for those students. Now, the issue with not paying landlords, I think I also appreciate the fact that the administrator was very loud on that to say, if you don't pay the landlords or service providers on time, it adversely affects how the students, one, are able to perform academically, because there are a number of services that might not be reachable or be accessible to students, being Wi-Fi amongst others. We can go as far as health and safety and other activities that might not be, other services that might not be accessible to students. Then I want to go to the issue of accreditation and grading of these residences. I think, again, one is a great concern on that one, because the allegations of fraud and corruption when it comes to those people that are actually conducting those processes. So, in fact, I think it was also highlighted by the administrator when he presented in KZN in that roadshow. So what is being done about that, and what assurance do we have that that process is transparent and is doing justice? There was an issue of undercapacity of staff members when we had the 17th floor. I think it was echoed by the COO, the Chief Operating Officer, that even the administrator as well did allude to say you are under capacity when it comes to staff members. Now, my concern is it because you don't have the funds to get more staff members? One, and then when I was just looking at the applicants that you got this year, which are close to 950,000, and of course you still have issues of appeals that have been echoed, and it's another concern of mine to say if you have that capacity of staff members, how is it that you expect to do this timelessly? And then on the issue of appeals, do appeals never close? Because as far as I gather, any process is subject to close at some point. If the administrator just said that the past 2 days you've gotten around 130 new appeals, it's appeals for which academic year? Because I think registration would have been closed for this current or this semester, which is the second semester. I don't know about trimesters, unfortunately. So do they not close? The issue of the ITC can't be stressed enough, especially because the administrator himself can say that the entity is even prone cyber attacks, and the entity is in charge of such a budget, then it's a matter of concern. So what is being done by the ITC system or the man-functioning system of NSFAS? Even the employees upstairs, I think the chairperson would agree with me. One employee, which I think will challenge what the administrator was saying, the administrator said something around the numbers of the appeals that are awaiting closure. If I captured correctly, the administrator said around 33,000 appeals are awaiting closure, but there's about 1,665 that hasn't been touched. But there was an employee upstairs in the presence of the chairperson who said, the lady that said, she just sent today to a student to ask for new information or some documents. So that would mean that that is not part of the 33,000 that is just waiting for closure, because that is a process that is not a new process, but it's also not a process that hasn't been touched. So there's some untruth in that statement that says there's about 1,650 that hasn't been touched, but majority of them are just waiting closure or just to close the file, saying whether you granted or you're not. And I'm also concerned next, I think there's a question that was raised by my sister sitting next to me around the era of incorrectly funded students or paying students. I think on that one, I want to really get clarity as to how do you recoup that monies that go to students, because I think ultimately when you just cut off funding, like for instance, the VET students and UKZN students that just got cut funding now in July. And then there are some things that those students will not then register and go home. So who's to blame for incorrectly funding those students? And then how do you then recoup those monies? It is quite a lot. I think you can never be done if you deal with this process of NSFAS. But perhaps there was something that was highlighted by the well, let me just ask 2 more questions and then let give it to my leader, Uha Boye. There was one issue that was touched by the administrator around the payment system, that there was a payment system, which is the third-party payment system that charged students around 20 Rand, but the current system is charging around 2 Rand per student. Now, I want to speak about the consultation process of these, because these are touching the monies of students. Who was, when the students consulted before that third party of the ones that are taking the entity to court before they were put in place? And what was wrong with the initial system that when we went to university and TVET colleges at the time, where the payments were paid directly to the institution were dispensing the funds to the students? What was wrong with that system, and how was it costly to the entity? I think maybe just clarity as I learned, because I think I still have time there on your clock. I gathered in the presentation of the administrator that the process of piloting is halted, if I captured correctly. And then there would be a meeting that will be hosted in UKZN to then do an assessment of how the process is unfolding. What does that actually mean? Does it mean that this process is not going to proceed to other institutions until that meeting happens, or until maybe that particular assessment is done? I think we can never finish here. Oh, and maybe just one last one. The administrator highlighted in his address in KZN that there is a possible decentralization of NSFAS to provinces or regions, but in this presentation it wasn't there. So perhaps just to get the clarity on that one, to say, is that still on the cards? If it is, what are the time frames? Because that I think is very necessary. And I think I'll just land there for now. I think Uhab will cover everything else. I'm sure he won't finish as well. But no, thank you very much for the opportunity, sir.
Now, thanks. You saved 28 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And once more again, let me forward my greetings to both deputy ministers and your good self in of the committee. Chair, let me firstly appreciate the progress report and the work that has been done so far in terms of turning around the situation. It might not be according to what we have expected, but we actually appreciate the progress that we have registered for now. And we also appreciate the fact that we were subjected to this site visits of different units, where a lot of things were exposed, but we'll attend to them later on our administrative. Maybe probably as a point of departure, just a refresher course of some sort. We must never forget what is our actual mandate, what is it that we seek to achieve in terms of NSFAS, and not least to make sure that there is accessibility to financial assistance. But to those who are historically marginalized in particular, meaning that the actual people that we want to assist are located in the two rural areas and in the outer skirts of our urban areas. But of importance, in character, it must be responsive, must be able to respond to issues. That's what we have written on your mission and vision. I just wanted to remind you of that as a point of departure. But also of importance, Administrator, as much as we have appreciated the work that you have done and your team, I think it's also important for us to not forget what were your key terms of references, and I'll definitely or mostly talk about them as and when I make submissions, Chair. First issue that I will want to raise around your report. Let's deal with the operational unit first and foremost. I will not ask you a question. You know, history is a good teacher. It gives you a glimpse of what are the possible future reflection, or making use of the balance of probabilities method. We can tell that based on the history, you are not prepared for the future. Your staff complement will never be able to respond to all the queries that are in the country. I'm not going to ask you, I'm telling you myself. 80 people will not be able to respond to all issues that have been raised by young people in South Africa. Not to mention the fact that we are also assisting them being not South Africans, it happens. So I want to tell you that it's important for us to look into our staff complement. I heard you speaking of the organogram review. The reason why I'm raising the issue of operational unit, I'll speak about the issue of response, the turnaround time on appeals. What I've picked up is that your system is operating in silos. What you get from the receiving point and what the appeal is dealing with is totally different operations, and to a large extent, they are creating unnecessary delays because they are not talking to each other. Appeals are, to a large extent, are unnecessarily delayed, and part of it is linked to your system. Earlier on, I was working with one woman there in your unit. We wanted to resolve an appeal of one student. Let me give you a practical example. The verdict was that there were outstanding documents that the student must submit. But when you go to the portal of the student or whatever that information is loaded, all the information is there. Tells you that then there is a problem in terms of the information talking to each other. Whereas, and what worries is that in the same department, in the same unit, why is it difficult for those who are receiving and able to link it to those who are going to process appeals and so forth? Large extent, while we are talking about the issue of systems that are not talking to each other, Chair, part of our agreement, as per the instruction of the chair of the committee, is that will be reporting to us on a monthly basis. And next month when we meet, we must not be discussing the issue of SARS being in a work in progress. I mean, it can't be difficult for a state entity to engage another state entity, especially when it comes to transfer of information or sharing of information. It cannot be that difficult. And I think, Chair, with all due respect, making use of your powers, it's one of the issues that we'll expect the report on, as to how far are you in terms of this finalization of the system where you are linking it with, just like you have linked it with Home Affairs. Why don't you link it with SARS so that you're able to respond to the appeal of a student very fast on the basis that would have confirmed the income yourself as an institution? You can imagine from a young person or a student who's residing in the deep rural areas of Limpopo, Deputy Minister. They're in the very, very deep in Limpopo, where there are problems of connectivity. He's still subjected to hitchhiking to get to Polokwane, more than 300 kilos. When he gets there, he's also hungry. Whereas you could have closed that system and deal it with yourself, respond to those appeals within 2 days. But also, Chair, your system, I think we must agree, your ICT system, it's open for abuse. It's open for abuse, both by internal and external forces that are both progressive and regressive in character. I mean, I was expecting during lunch that I'll get a confirmation of some money into my account now that I've applied. I mean, if a student can get money from your own system, more than what she was expecting, it tells you that there are problems in that system. And that problem equally, Chair, let's leave the operational aspect now. Let's go to your system that we believe that it has demonstrated some clearing capacity deficiencies, of which we believe that it must be, in a way, I'm told that it's outsourced. One bed whispered in my ear that, you know, this thing is outsourced. And, you know, there's always interest there when things are being outsourced, and to a large extent, I'm just asking myself if the Werkmans report has exposed some unholy relationship between your officials and business people, what is happening with other contracts, but that is a story for another day. Look, Chair, central to your appointment was to put systems in place. And part of the systems that we believe we must put in place that is not open for abuse is your ICT system. I think we need to review that thing. We need a new system in place that is able to respond to all the cyber attacks, able to detect some of the problems that you're encountering in your system. The Werkmans report says to us that your supply chain management policy must be reviewed, and that's what we are saying to you. This is why we are saying it must be reviewed. And I've said it yesterday, it does not clarify the roles and responsibility. A CEO cannot be a referee and a player at the same time. The role clarification must be able to determine who's participating in the bid evaluation, adjudication. What is then the overall role of the accounting officer in that process? But secondly, the Werkmans report tells us that some of your employees, they are both referees and players themselves at the same time. They have not declared their interest in terms of your supply chain management processes. And to a large extent, my understanding is that the long arm of the law is law. It's too long. So I'm raising this because of the TM is misleading me. I'm glad that I've got witnesses that I was misled. But I'm raising this because of it cannot be correct under this democracy that a person will transgress the law and act outside his or her powers and functions, and later be found to have tampered with processes that are outlined, and later decides to resign, and we expect it to be business as usual. We must be able to run around or run after that person. We'll run after you up until your deathbed, up until your grave. If it happens that you die in the process, we'll go after your children and your family because they were raised by the money that was looted from the state. You must go and recoup that bed and the money that is left. That is unfortunately how the state operates. So I'm saying to you that it cannot be.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also extend my greetings to the two deputy ministers here and everyone who's in the house. Chair, we've got serious issues, and we have been speaking about these issues of NSFAS. But I was even searching the administrator after he spoke. I said, but who's this man? Let me go and check inside. Where is he coming from? And then where is he coming? But I'm actually impressed with some of the work which you are putting in place. You have given a proper presentation with practical example in some instances where we can see that there's at least someone doing something, trying to resolve issues that which NSFAS was actually confronted with. But problems will always be problems, you know very well. And now because it's you who's actually in charge here, we have to speak about all the problems, and we have to speak to those problems, directing them to you again. As when we're doing the walkabout up here in floor 17, we have discovered that there's a serious issue of the staff, which is not enough for this institution, and many of my colleagues, they've actually spoken about that. And then one of the issues is that also not in one, according to me, a strategic center, which is the contact center of this NSFAS. Because you will agree with me, NSFAS is in Cape Town, and we've got majority of our institutions that are far from Cape Town. And now we go there, we are told of the contact center that does not have enough staff, and they can't take enough calls a day. They can't respond to the number of calls that are coming in accordingly. And then that calls for a crisis on its own, which I think it needs to be attended to very quickly. But we've been speaking about these things, deputy ministers, for years, and to say, can't we decentralize these offices? Because here you are stuck here. You can't respond to a student's queries enough. What's so special about being in these expensive, beautiful offices? Previously, Chair, you will agree with me. I think when you were in front of me a little bit in terms of schooling, but you will agree with me that we used to have NSFAS offices in our campuses. Previously, the man who was sitting there by the corner there, Mr. Mkondeleni, when I was the president of the University of Venda, he was working for NSFAS in our campus. And every time when students have issues, we will go direct to him. And within some few hours, and if it's a complex issue, it will take a day or two the matter is resolved. But now people must call, people must WhatsApp, people must Facebook, people must email. We've got issues of network problems in South Africa. We don't even have enough electricity. Worse network, the network becomes a problem. Let's, Deputy Minister, decentralize these offices. Let's go back to that system. It used to work. We can't start like that. It's not working. So, again, on the issue of accommodation administration, you know, you spoke very well with a number of issues which I agree with you, how you are trying to deal with the corruption elements that were there and how you are keeping everything. But let me ask you something here, which I think, because where you are an administrator, and this system on its own is a corrupt system of having administrators. It's a corrupt system. You are not corrupt. I'm not saying you are corrupt, but I want to test if you are corrupt or not. Because this system on its own is inherently, even if you can take someone amongst ourselves and say, go and be an administrator elsewhere, you find yourself being corrupt unaware that you are corrupt. You are now committing corruption. Let's go to the pilot system of accommodation. There's company that which is appointed here dealing with that pilot system, right? Who is this company? First. And then also, how much is costing NSFAS for these people to do this pilot system for NSFAS? Right? And how many employees there in that company? And their responsibilities, for that matter. Let me give you a nearest example. Do you know that this company can approve a service provider for accommodation without proper evaluation, whether the person have a building, whether the building where it is in a good condition to accommodate students, whether there's a proper. Are you aware of that? Because we've got majority of these people, like myself, tomorrow I can wake up, come and apply here, I get approved. I don't have a building. I must run around, look for a building. And for your information, some of the people, after being approved, right? This pilot system tells them to say, no, you have been approved. Now you can go look for students. In your presentation, at some point, it indicates that some of the buildings you've got issues to find out they're accommodating people who are not funded by NSFAS. You know why? It's because people get approved, provide service, and then they say, go and look for students. They don't know where to find students. They just take everyone. And then when they take them there, they come back to you that I've got 200 students. Start paying. When you want to pay those people, only 20 are NSFAS what? Students. And those people come back to you and say, but you are not paying us. There's a service provider in VUT by the name of Marco Student Village. Yes, in VUT. There in VUT, there are 15 students that I spoke directly, that I even visited, who are residing in this village, that they are now about to be chased, or the owner is forcing them to be removed on the basis that their August payments were not. So I want you to look into this issue, and without reasons provided for these students, why their August payments for accommodation were not done. So let's go quickly there and deal with it. Now, in TEFLOP, UCT, and VUT as well, TUT, there's a serious outcry of students being defunded by NSFAS. It's a common problem in all these institutions that I just mentioned now. Defunding And we have also spoken about the question of defunding in your presentation. But these people, only in TVET, it's more than 300 students who are affected of defunding. With some of the reasons they say to these students that you have been defunded on the basis that the registration, I mean the data registration of the university, I'm not sure whether it's not correlating with what you've got in your offices or what. But in the first place, these people were properly funded. Along the way, they say, no, you are no longer funded. Can you also look into that issue of defunding? Because when I go around the universities, it's a common issue in all these universities and TVET colleges that I've just mentioned. The issue of the missing middle students funding. We need to understand now how many applications do we have? And from those applications, how many were approved? And how many are outstanding? Because we cannot always continue to say we've got a funding of the missing middle, but we can't go as to what is really happening with the question of the funding students. Approve appeals. My time was very short. Approve appeals, as I conclude. Approve appeals, Chair. In TVET, those students that they appealed, they have appealed, but their appeals were approved, but they are not yet paid. They are not yet funded as we speak now. Can you go back and look into that issue as I conclude? Some of the things I will write to you because I was cut short. Thank you.
Same amount of time. Thanks, Chair. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Christiaan Hassan. I'm also a member of this committee. I apologize, I wasn't here in the morning. As you know, we have multiple clashes and multiple committees that are sitting at once. So I'm going to fill in a few gaps. I want to build on what Honorable Hojani mentioned about the student case of earlier on. Basically funded first and second year, third year came in, residence was rejected because of the parents' details not being uploaded. I mean, these are classic cases, right? Of where sometimes the system actually doesn't assist us, right? So we really need to understand our cases just being rejected and closed. And I think we do need to understand from the student perspective. And I also say this, I mean, many in this committee, we've all been student leaders. It's very onerous to every year do this, and you're taking away from academic time. To sit and do these applications is not a one-night process. Also, NSFAS, we know on paper doesn't have enough staff, or let me not say on paper. Let me not say that. NSFAS says they don't have staff, right? There's an understaffing issue. The budget says there's a lot of people. We don't see a lot of people here. And the workload that needs to be done isn't being met. So obviously there's a problem somewhere along the line. The other matter is that we have a crisis of unemployment, right? And many young people who you could, if you're thinking creatively, people who can't pay their student debt later on, this could be a place in which they're repaid, right? In some shape or form. So you still give them a stipend, but every month you can put in a certain money allocation that goes back into universities. There's ways we can do this, even if it's just young people interning admin work. I think we just need to think a little bit out of the box. Administrator, you also made mention of some of the interventions over the last 3 months in terms of resolving issues. I think they were, sorry, I'm looking at the notes that I made in terms of in terms of some of the issues of the last 3 months, right? So I think it's quite important that the next time you come to the portfolio, which is not long from now, I think, Chair, through you, at some point we need to have an NSFAS agenda point every meeting until we help NSFAS get back on its feet. So it may not be the same content every meeting or maybe every second meeting, but what do we do as the portfolio going to be to help you? Because I know, Administrator, you're doing what you can. We must also exert pressure on you to exert pressure on others. So you need to be able to say, guys, I'm going to the portfolio committee next week. I need to be able to tell them something. You guys need to get your stuff in order. On the funding of students, I think Honorable Khabu spoke to this around the SARS issues or the incorrectly funded students. Let me echo that. I think this is one of those matters, Chair, that needs to come to the committee every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks. Just short updates. It doesn't have to be a long-winded 1 hour conversation. This is the update since last we spoke, because then also we know where the problems are and where the interventions need to be made, especially from the political perspective. I also want to talk to
Yeah, the update of funding right now in this particular financial year. Administrator, you mentioned certain appeals this week haven't been touched at all, and some have had minimal progress. I think it's quite important for NSFAS to give the committee an updated presentation of these numbers. How many appeals have been received? How many have been processed? How many are still outstanding? What are the outcomes? If you see our emails and our WhatsApp discussions, flooded from young people, from parents, desperate people all the time. And I said this, I think in the last meeting, we need almost like a process. Who do we speak to in your office? Because we can't be phoning you now on all the administrative issues. We also need a contact person or few contact people. These are the 3 people you refer cases to, so that we also don't hog your inbox email, but more importantly, maybe on a fortnightly basis. Again, we need a way, Chair, that it's not once a month. We need a regular thing so that we help you say the committee is putting a lot of pressure on me. And then just last question, Chair, I'm speaking so quickly because I'm worried about the alarm. It's like in the Werksmans report spoke to a number of interventions. I would be very interested in the post-audit action plan, the implementation thereof, because there's some important points there, and I think it can be very useful. You know, even though it's a negative thing that we're under administration, it could actually be a positive. It means that when we restructure, we can restructure in the ways we should have done it years ago. And let's look at that as an opportunity. So it's not all doom and gloom, actually. The fact that we're sitting here, the fact that we want this intervention, the fact that we are trying to, albeit we must, it's our job to be a bit harsh when necessary, it does give us an opportunity to sort of reset. And when we look at it that way, it means these post-audit action plans are quite important. And then, Chair, I'm going to end on 2 points related to each other. It is fundamentally important that we remove middlemen or middle things between students and NSFAS. And even if it is an unpopular view in certain circles, NSFAS must be directly disbursing money to students. I understand why we can think that an outsourcing process may be useful, but it is fundamentally not assisting us, and it's not assisting students, it's not assisting institutions. There's not one person other than the person who's pocketing the money, not necessarily doing the best process, who's benefiting from it. And I do think it's not the most efficient. You know, some people believe that outsourcing is inherently more efficient. It doesn't necessarily mean that. And this is a case in point of where we want direct access. And I think also, Chair, it's very important because students, and I experienced this in this election, knock on the door. Everyone's done nothing for me. But you talk to them, you're on NSFAS, I'm on NSFAS. There is no connection from a person who benefits from state resources to understanding that the state is actually helping them. You know, even a medical student who's getting private payment, you're still being assisted by the state because the medical degree is highly subsidized. Most of our STEM degrees are also highly subsidized. People don't know that. And I wonder, Chair, if it will go a little bit further along the line, if students can have a direct payment from NSFAS, but it's not just about that. It's about promoting a culture of understanding that we belong to a greater ecosystem and that you can't just divorce yourself from the process. And I do wonder, Chair, if more students would, or young people would vote ultimately, regardless of who they vote for, but be active in political participation if they had a better connection to the state. And I don't mean this financially, I mean trust. I mean, you know, when you go into a medical examination room, you must trust your doctor. You must be able to like, this person's going to look after me. In the same way, they must feel that way about the state. They don't, but it's our job to do that in whatever shape or form we can. We may not be able to solve the other crisis issues in the country, but even if we can just get NSFAS right, millions of lives will be changed. Thanks, Chair. I went very fast. I feel like I didn't expatiate my points. I don't know how they administered the answer. I wasn't clear, but it's fine. I stuck to it.
You've done very well. Thank you. Earlier on, I did say that. Earlier on, I did say that there are questions that I'm going to ask to the department for you to answer. The first one to the department and the ministry. The first one is that according to Section 17B of the NSFAS Act, it provides that the an administrator in terms of 17A may, with the approval of the minister, appoint other persons with suitable knowledge and experience to assist him or her in the performance of his or her duties. Have guidelines been developed to assist the administrator in appointing other persons to assist themselves? That's to the department and minister. If not, how will the ministry and department ensure that the appointment process is nepotism free? And this is because it was once alleged that the previous administrator appointed persons close to him. Those who were there, they understand what I'm asking. Has the administrator appointed people close to him? If so, was there disclosure in that regard, administrator? In terms of section 17C of the same act of NSFAS, the ministry, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and any other person appointed in terms of section 17B. Has the minister or the ministry sought approval from the Minister of Finance on the remuneration and allowances of the administrator and any other person appointed in terms of section 17B? If so, can the ministry and the department share the approval letters with the committee from the Minister of Finance? If not, why not? When the administrator completes the term of administration, you will be required to submit what we call a closeout project to the minister for further implementation by the new accounting authority and the management of the institutional entity called NSFAS. Can the department, acting DG, confirm whether the previous NSFAS administrator submitted his report to the minister, given that in the administrator's quarterly report now, it is indicated, I think, on page 4, that they had not seen, or the administrator has not seen that closeout report. If the report was submitted to the minister, but not shared with the NSFAS, why is that the case, acting DG? And how was NSFAS then expected to implement the recommendations of the closeout report of the previous administrator if they've not seen the report? And how did the department monitor progress towards stabilizing the entity post administration without that particular report? If the report was submitted, can the department share with the committee the following? The same closeout report, which recommendations were implemented and were achieved, which recommendations were not implemented and why. Administrator's quarterly report also notes that there was no provision for post-administration management strategy in your quarterly report. Who is responsible for developing the post-administration strategy? Why was the strategy not developed and implemented? Will we be correct to say that the department has failed the entity if the administrators close out the report and the post-administration management strategy were not in place? Will we be correct to blame the department in that case? In terms of the composition of the NSFAS board, in terms of the NSFAS, the department is represented on the board, and in its oversight role, it should have ensured that the administrators' closeout report and the post-admin management strategy were in place and their implementation monitored, because the department sits on the board. And then the questions to the administrator. Your quarterly report also alludes to the fact that yourself and the team had not had any sight of any existing resource allocation model with limited sight of history. We can only conclude that the current resource distribution is reflective of the history of decisions at NSFAS. To this end, you hold a view that the current resource distribution is key, or is likely one of the main contributors to NSFAS' persistent inability to meet your legislative mandate. These are very concerning findings, and even though we appreciate the honest analysis by yourself and your team, are you of the view that, or is the administrator planning to conduct a skills audit on the NSFAS employees to determine if they are fit for purpose? If not, why not? And it was previously reported by the former minister and the department that the loan scheme for the missing middle and postgraduate student is funded through 3.8 billion, comprising of 1.5 billion that you got from NSF and 2.3 billion that you got from CITES in the short term, 2024-2025. And yesterday, the DDG of the University Education, the acting DG today, reported to us that CITES have been identified as potential contributors, but has not shown measurable interest. Now, why make an announcement, Minister, of 2.5 billion allocation from CITES before they confirm that they are willing to put that money forward? It was reported that only 1,300 applicants were successful. And it is concerning that funds that were meant for skills intervention was reprioritized towards the loan scheme, but the uptake has been very slow. In fact, I want to put my head on the block and say, maybe before we leave, when we go downstairs, I want to see a list of 10 kids who have been approved for the loan scheme. Just 10. Because money was taken from somewhere. Administrator, I don't agree with the notion that NSFAS is short-staffed. I don't agree with it. Or I don't agree with the notion that says NSFAS has no money for personnel to assist NSFAS in executing their roles. I don't agree because I think it was you who said you have 0.7% of the total budget towards administration. But you are paying in 20, when you came here, can't remember which year, 2020, 2021, or 2022, when NSFAS moved to these offices, you're paying 1.9 million rands a month. You moved from offices not far from here, where you were paying 550,000. You went to almost paying 4 times more on building. And Honorable van der Walt is right. We even asked, what is the rent per square meter that we're paying here? So because the advice from the committee was that for a 50 billion entity, you are bigger than most of the departments. National department, you are bigger than we are 5 times bigger than the Department of Science and Innovation. 5 times bigger than it. And its head offices are in Pretoria. And we had asked that because of the highest concentration of students in Gauteng, where more than 35% of the total population of students are situated there. Does it not make sense when NSFAS to go into Pretoria? And NSFAS moved here. I don't know how much we're paying now. If you add inflation since 2021, we probably paid 2.5 million. 2.5 million rent to rent offices. When the Department of Public Works has plenty of buildings in South Africa that are unutilized, where you could have used 1 year's rent or lease to fix those buildings and make them world class. But we are renting. I don't know how long is the lease here and when is it ending. So NSFAS can't complain about having no resources for its people. NSFAS has got resources. NSFAS does not know how to prioritize. NSFAS, with that money, 25 million rents that you are paying minimum for rent every year. I don't know how many people you can pay with that money. So the issue is not that the problem is administration fees. The problem is reprioritizing the resources that NSFAS has. I will check on our records, Anna. I was surprised when we were downstairs when we were told that that office has got 80 people. If my memory serves me well, not so long ago, we had a report about that office having 120 something people working there, and that was only in the contact center, not necessarily the appeals and all of that. But the report we got today is that both divisions have got 80 or so people. I don't think that's true. We would like you to give that to us in writing. The number of staff that we have in the entire employee of NSFAS. Because I don't think what we're told there is true. And we might need to, to take action on that. Not so long ago, honorable members are speaking about the system not being fit for purpose. Honorable Manamela, it breaks my heart that in 2024 we have the same argument. When we joined this committee in 2019, NSFAS was hiring a system for about 100 million. That was designed in America. They bought it as it was. The system was sold to some African country, I can't remember, but eventually the company was sold to some Canadian country. So the problem we had with that system was it was not fit for purpose for NSFAS. And in order for queries of students to be assisted or to be attended to, we had to wait for the Americans to wake up whilst we were sleeping. So we had to have had people at NSFAS waking up at 12 to assist a query that at 12 midnight, a query that would have been reported at 8 a.m. because the time zones were different. We begged National Treasury to give NSFAS money to build their own system. We begged National Treasury, eventually gave NSFAS 119 million. 119. The good thing about that is that they did not give them in one tranche. So National Treasury was releasing it in 2 tranches. So there was a 60 million and a 59 million. So with 59 million or the 60 million that was used, we may need to have answers on what is it that it has done. Because that was during the period where the annual reports were not submitted, or the annual financial statements were not submitted to the AG. And I know we have a business manager from AG here. I'm going to ask him after when I'm done to respond to this part, who audits NSFAS. I'll check if he's still here. Because we are unable to say, this is what we have done, because it was during the 2 financial years where NSFAS did not submit their annual financial statement. So we might need to know. And if there's a problem, we might need to have a ministry, a forensic, to check what is it that money did there. And even if a person is no longer in the employ of NSFAS, but the forensic points to them having done wrong things, we must open criminal cases against those people, because we can't be sitting here and complaining about these things. You know, we can't have 10 years. We can't run for 10 years asking for money so that we're able to help the poorest of the poor, and somebody just do as they please, and then they resign or they go home and nothing happens to them. I think that must come to on that. We are, like we said, we are going to have monthly meetings. Honorable Shugomban asked a question about student accommodation. And I can't remember who else spoke about it, but some people were saying, oh, maybe let me start it this way. In your report, you are saying, or in the press conference we had last week or a week before, you are saying NSFAS entering the student accommodation field, they are misplaced. You don't have resources with 10 people and all of that to deal with that part. In 2022, when NSFAS decided that they are going to enter the fray of student accommodation, this was the background. One, in 2021, NSFAS had paid 17 billion rands to student accommodation providers. Very big money. It's not change. Very big money. And out of this 17 billion rands, NSFAS could not confirm whether the student accommodation pictures that are provided to them when I applied for accommodation were indeed mine, because the accommodation was accredited by institutions, TVET colleges and universities. Because Honorable Khakau and one of the State of the Nation address debate, who even said, and Tanin, it was discovered that NSFAS has been paying for 3,700 rands for students to stay in student accommodation. Kandi, these are shacks. Omikukum, literal. And NSFAS, when we asked them, they said, how do we know? This is not the proof that this is not the pictures that we had. The institution had given us these pictures. That was the first one. The second point, we were receiving tons and tons of complaints from student accommodation providers that there are a number of criminal syndicates at these universities and TVET who extort them for money, big amounts for them to be accredited. So they were saying, in order for me to be accredited, this university wants 1 million. In fact, if you go to the van, those white Afrikaners who owns that space, they will tell you, hey, you know, when a white person says it's penile, know that it's tough. It means a criminal network that is working. When a white man complains and says, I am tired, I've been, you know, I've got small accommodation of 50 people, I have to pay 100,000. Others are charged 300,000. Others are charged up to 1 million upfront to get accredited. So that is why when NSFAS came to us and said, we believe that one, we are the Morekis of student accommodation, are paying 17 billion. We don't play a role anywhere. There's this corruption that is happening. And then in 2019, those who remember, we would have had a forensic at VUT where we had uncovered 51 houses. So the criminal networks at university is too advanced. 51 houses that were privately owned residents, or it's my house. But on the system of the university student accommodation, accommodating 12 children. But there are no children staying there. Nothing, zero. So when you counted this whistleblower who wrote that to us, says to me when he wrote the email, says, by the way, I am giving you a sample of 51 houses. I used to work with them. They taken me out. So now I'm just giving you a sample. Go look at it. We put forensic. Forensic came back and said, we're losing 1,350,000. 1,350,000. 1.3 billion, something like that. 1.350. So yeah, listen carefully. So we then agreed. It's documented. We then agreed that NSFAS must play a role, so that one, we protect this small business. Two, NSFAS must be able to account fully for the money that is paying for. Must not pay for Mkukude and say you did not know about it. In that meeting, we're at Max Building, 5th floor. We said to NSFAS, we must not hear stories that your own employees at NSFAS, they are extorting money from the same people in order for them to be accredited. That's what we said. We said to them, we agree. We had to sit down with USAF and told them, USAF, you have failed to control the environment. Well, we allow NSFAS to do this thing. Obviously, they must go change mandate and do all of those things, but NSFAS must tell us how they are going to fund that particular thing. They said they're going to create a marketplace where, in order for a student accommodation person to advertise on this website of a marketplace, they will have to pay something like 100 Rand per bed. They worked it out and they said NSFAS will not lose 10 rands from that exercise. Instead, it's going to fund itself. Whoever is going to develop the marketplace is going to, run those things. So I'm interested to know if NSFAS is losing money over this thing now, over student accommodation in terms of paying salaries to these people. USAF, we told them that your people are corrupt at these institutions. We're not joking. And we told them, you can give us you can give us 5 universities. We'll tell you exactly how they are corrupt in each of them. And USAF decided not to openly fight NSFAS doing, except we told NSFAS they're going to sabotage you. How do they sabotage NSFAS as student accommodation? They decided that they are also going to run a parallel program of accrediting. Of course, NSFAS was not ready, and we told them, don't start in 2023. 2023 put measures in place. You'll start in 2024. They did not. I don't know why they were in a rush, Honorable Shugamba. They started in 2023. They were just in a rush, made a lot of mistakes. And we reported. There was a meeting that we had with them before the board and the CEO left, and we told them that 1, 2, 3, 4 is happening, and we're aware of it. Go and fix it. Because from now on, we're going to open cases, criminal cases against your employees. These employees were just too much, Honorable Deputy Ministers. So if you can assist us on this thing of student accommodation, I don't agree that it must go back to universities. These universities, Honorable Shugamba, are just too corrupt. They are going to finish off what is left of small businesses. I can tell you, we must find a way. I know you are saying you only have 10 people. Universities have got so many people. We must probably have a hybrid arrangement where you and universities are able to do something. But if it's exclusively on universities, you may need to tell us why you've paid for Tebogo to stay in a shack. That unfortunately you might need to take it from yourselves. I must say that, well, I'm not happy like many other members on the appeals colleagues, Chief Operations Office. We can't have appeals running for so long. We can't have a system that we can control downstairs. Administrator, if we can have performance agreements, maybe we must say today is the 21st of August. Out of the 33,000 appeals we have, how many will be concluded by the 21st of September? And if they are not concluded, who is putting their head on the block that they will resign? Because you can't work as if it's business as usual. Somebody must say I'm going to wake up and work on solving the appeals. Not so long from now, we're entering the second set of examinations. And these kids who believe that they are right, they are wrongfully not funded. They're still at school now. The assumption is that you must assume that they've not eaten anything since January. Expect them to write tests, expect them to write exams, and expect them to pass. Because like many other cases which we have, there are those from last year you denied them funding the whole year. In January, you approved an appeal of 2023. And if they failed, you are now saying, yes, I'm paying last year, but N plus rule affects you. You are no longer going to school. When you have contributed in making sure that this kid does not pass. So I want us to agree. Who is going to put their head on the block from management and say, because you have four advisors, 1, 2, 3, 4. You have a strategic and enablement executive. You have the COO. You have a manager in the office of the CEO. So you have a team. So there must be somebody here whose job from now on wakes up and makes sure that that team finishes their appeals. And on the 21st of September, How is the problem?
That time.
No. No. Can we be ordered? No. I was actually supposed to give them 5 minutes and take the rest. So, yeah, so, no, you don't qualify. So, administrator, from today onwards, you see, we were downstairs earlier on, and I gave an example of a disabled student. Before I spoke now, I sent a WhatsApp and checked if anybody from NSFAS has spoken to her, because there was an acknowledgement that indeed there's something wrong. No one has called her, no one has emailed her anything. So the whole day, so there's no agency. And it's a disabled student who wrote a very long WhatsApp message saying, I'm drowning, I can't cope. And there's no agency from NSFAS. The day it's almost close of business, and we're not moving. So before we leave, we need to know who is going to take the fall on the 21st of September from your team to say, no, I'm going to resign. No, I'm serious, and it must be in writing. So if I have not finished the 33,000, it's 30 days. It's 30 days before that day, and it's so you can have what 300 or something like that. My maths is rudimentary, but something like that every day to resolve these cases. It means, because we can't have a system. Honorable Sazana was there. An appeal is lodged in April. Your system shuts the child 1 month, 4 days later on the 18th of May, because you have not communicated with the child that we need this document. 1 month, 4 days. You have not spoken to them that your application, your appeal is denied because of document. You just write on your own system, but you don't communicate with the child. The system says so. Your own system says nothing. And then the child's come, it says documents uploaded. Takes 2 months in order for you to say, no, you have submitted an ID and not an IRP file. So it can be the way your system is and the way your people. So it's not a human deficiency, human people. What can you say? Human deficiency. Human resource deficiency. It's an attitude deficiency. It's an attitude problem that we have. I don't think your staff is doing what they're supposed to do, because I don't think those who are supposed to monitor them, they are monitoring them. And that is why I was saying the problem might be this stuff, but the big problem for me is the supervision that comes from your team. So wanted your people. I think many others, the issue of cybersecurity is not a small matter. Somebody spoke, I think it's Honorable Maseko, spoke about the cybersecurity. You have information of millions of people. And as far as in itself, somebody asked about the success. I know that NSFAS has produced over 5 million graduates, or 5 million graduates who were funded by NSFAS. Are part of, some of them are top people. And if somebody hacks your system, they're going to compromise a lot of people. So the issue of the cyber security must be attended to. As I know sometimes it might not come out clear because it's a security issue on its own. To say I'm on level 3, level 2, level 1 of cyber security, but let's tighten up the grip there, because we honestly can't afford. There was a question which I don't want you to miss about the success of NSFAS TDG Sotrico, the success rate of NSFAS students. I want you to, even if it's not today, but you can write it down and give it to us in writing. I know that you, at some point, you did give us that report in the previous parliament, where it shows that actually NSFAS students produced more success, more throughput rate was higher than those who were self-funded. But if you can just include maybe the last year's one and then give us that in writing so that committee members can see that we're not wasting money with NSFAS. The last point, Administrator, NSFAS is the lifeline of the university education in South Africa. NSFAS funds higher education in South Africa, including Stellenbosch, UCT, University of Pretoria, roads. And I can stand on my one injured leg and shout that there will be no university in South Africa that will survive for 3 years if NSFAS is dead. There is no single university. Without the 53 billion that we're pumping into the university, into higher education in this country, there is no single university that's going to survive. So your conversation with USAP and universities must be frank, that they must not think they are sabotaging NSFAS when they are refusing to give you registration data, when they are refusing to share data that will make sure that student lives are bettered in South Africa. You must tell them that if we decide to close NSFAS tomorrow, those hundreds of thousands of employees at these universities will be unemployed. It's a reality, it's fact. You must ask how many universities in South Africa. There's no single university where we fund less than 50% of their student population. All of them is above 50% that we're funding in this country. And therefore, the life of NSFAS is extremely important even to these universities. And we must make that point and make it clear. So even yourselves, NSFAS can't die in your hands. NSFAS has produced, you see here, some of us here were products of NSFAS. Here, we did not have money to go to university. University of Venda knows that Honorable Shugon is in Tshwane, funded by NSFAS. No, it's NSFAS. Yeah? No, it's in Tshwane. So almost all of us here are product of that thing. So NSFAS can't die in your hands. But Freeman, it can't die in your hands. So we have a responsibility to make sure that when this thing is done, NSFAS is in a better health. Deputy Ministers, there's an advert of board members, which when you read it says by December, the board must have been appointed. We will have a separate meeting with the minister and the department acting DG, because December is such a critical time. Because if you have a new board in December, and let's say, I don't know your handover tactics. We must have that discussion. We can afford to have a new person at the helm of NSFAS during that period. It's going to explode. So we'll need to have a serious conversation with yourself about that handover period between January, February, maybe December, January, February, March, after the registration of the academic period. We can't afford to have a new person, the deputy ministers, because whatever we're doing here will be in vain. I know before we close, we're going to have state of readiness meeting around the last week of our term, where NSFAS departments, SAPS, whoever is we deem fit to be there, universities, USAF, they will come to that meeting where we are checking how far we are. As part of that meeting, deputy ministers will have a frank conversation about where we are. Because we don't think, from where I'm seated, I don't think having a new person during that period is going to help any of us. I'm sorry for taking 2 minutes extra. The AG, the business manager, yeah, the business, please, Mike, I want you to assist us. The business manager from Auditor General of South Africa, who audits this institution. I want him to take us through, administrator, if you have done what you are supposed to do, submitting in your financial. Speakers and started to turn down.
No, good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Thomas Mamokwe. I am the Deputy Business Unit Executive responsible for the NSFAS audit. As honorable members might know, that we are supposed to have completed the audit of 2023-2024 by the 31st of July 2024. However, the entity has not submitted those financial statements for 2023-2024. So that audit has not started. From the AG's office, we have issued the entity with a material irregularity for the non-submission of financial statements because that material irregularity speaks to doing harm to the institution that you are looking after. So we have done that as well, and we, in actual fact, would want to implore the committee to help us in this endeavor to get the institution to submit the financial statements that are still outstanding. Part of the reasons for the outstanding information, of course, I think the administrator has spoken to earlier in his presentation around the fact that we're still auditing 2022-2023 due to the delays of the previous years, and us trying to then catch up on the audits that were in as a result of the 2021-2022 audit being delayed. When we left the institution with their latest report, which is the report that we issued for 2021-2022, we expressed an adverse audit opinion on the financial statements of the institution. Furthermore, we also expressed a disclaimer of audit opinion on the performance of the institution, and what that essentially means, and to your point, Chair, around money versus performance, we couldn't express an opinion on the performance of the institution, and by implication, then the budget that is linked to those KPIs that were set by the institution in that year. We are still in the 2022-2023 audit process,
And for that reason, I mean, we still going through the process and awaiting the results. And of course, once that is done, the processes and the governance processes will follow, such that we can then present the report to yourself. I think, Honorable, I think that was what was required of me. I don't know if anything else.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. There are questions relating to appeals, applications, and funding of students. I will, Farun, you will take some of those. There are questions that relate to the readiness. There are questions relating to student accommodation. I will deal with some of the issues in relation to student accommodation, but also will add. There are questions so I will start by emphasizing the point that I made in the earlier presentation, that I generally agree with the members on all of the issues around systems, and that systems have got to improve. However, the runway between April to now, I really don't think it's sufficient runway to have addressed all of those issues of systems. In fact, you've got two streams of work in relation to systems. One, stabilizing the systems as you have them now, because you've got work already that is in the pipeline that must be done, and it must be done within the confines of the system as it is. Now, I pointed out that the difficulty with that is you then have got service delivery issues that are dependent on those systems, flawed as they are. The question of resolving the appeals, the question of resolving the application process, whether it's a new student or a continuing student. To the extent that you have interface with universities, you will find there are institutions, with Tibet colleges, you will find that there are those institutions and that are jacked up, their systems are working well, but there are others that you've got problems with. So we're a mixed bag. On top of that mixed bag, you've got NSFAS inefficiencies. Because I'm not about to suggest that our systems are operating efficiently. We're far from that. So the legacy issues that are in the pipeline already, and it's frustrating to the students that are affected. I accept that, and I realize that it's really frustrating to the students that are affected. And we have to do everything in our power to resolve those and resolve those timelessly. But you're then gonna run against the constraint. Not from a resources point of view necessarily, but just system point of view. And when the colleagues talk to that, they will address that. The issues around accommodation, Chair, you make a lot of insightful points and valid points at that. And these are the points we are picking up in the pilot project, but also in the interface with universities. That in the manner in which the information flows, there's a lot of abuse of the system. Now, you've got to be able to prove more to charge somebody. And often you do not have sufficient except for what appears to be inefficiencies. So the accreditation and grading process, I think a number of members have spoken to that. Accreditation and grading process is fraught with problems. We appointed, I think, 38, 39 service providers to help us with that work. The consistency of grading is questionable. Accommodation providers come to us and say, I've got this property here, which looks better than this property here, but this property is graded better than that property. So these are the problems in the system. When Mpo spoke about the fact that the sector is fraught with these problems, in part because it's not properly regulated. We do have minimum norms and standards. We do not have the monitoring and evaluation process that would help us to confirm the places. The chair spoke about, can you confirm that this picture is a picture of what is happening in the specific accommodation? Allegations in some of the provinces are that when the accreditor or the grading person is coming to view the property, if that accreditor or grader is known in advance that is coming, they pass furniture where there's good furniture to that property, and then from that property, the accreditor comes, takes pictures, and everything looks fine. And when the accreditor is gone, they then pass these things back. The student gets allocated that accommodation on the understanding that the accommodation is of the right quality. And when the student walks in, finds a place that is not up to scratch. Now, I've got to be careful on the next one because I don't want to accuse students and paint everybody with a bad brush. There are also allegations that in the areas where we transfer the allowance for the student to the student for accommodation, and then the student will pay the accommodation provider. The student will sign the lease with accommodation provider A, where the amount to be paid is 3,000 whatever, and then the student moves to a place that is much cheaper, and then pockets the difference. Obviously, we've got to have a campaign as NSFAS to stem that out, but also remind students that at the age that they are, they need to be upright and do things the right way. Because once there's a criminal record against them, it messes up their future. So we do pick up all of these anomalies, and in the road shows we talk to accommodation providers about them. It's not a scenario and a picture that we want to see. But it is part of the legacy we have at the moment. And it is part of the things that while we are doing something to catch up, as well as address the problem so that we can improve. Within the runway we have, we hope that we can then set in motion a process that will deal with this. The chair talks about the marketplace for accommodation. And please excuse me if I'm doing something untoward, but I will assume, Chair, that this is these solution providers that we have, because we established a process, went out on a bid around about 2022. We established a process where service providers would develop a portal. The idea was that students would then have access to accommodation from a centralized place. They don't have to walk around looking for different accommodation. So you've got, we grew up some time ago, we used to have a telephone directory for businesses. So you've got this electronic directory where people just go there, you can see the condition of the accommodation and choose which accommodation you're gonna do. When that process was getting to the finalization, there were some irregularities that had been picked up. And we then ended up with 4 providers to deal with that issue. Original bidding process was that they will help us put that booking or coordinating mechanism that coordinates the availability of accommodation. But we ended up giving them the responsibility to handle cash as well, to pay for the accommodation to the accommodation providers. Which then, when I presented earlier, I said we are in a position to pay by Friday, but the money might end up reaching the accommodation providers by Tuesday next week because of that mechanism in between. Now that mechanism worries me, Chair, for 2 reasons as well. One of them is there's a top slicing of 5% of the accommodation cost, because you were asking about the cost as well, Chair. Which out of a 14 billion rands bill on accommodation, that would equate to 700 million. By any language, that sounds over the top. By any language, that sounds over the top. But also, Parliament appropriates 14 billion rands to pay for accommodation. And I don't think I've got it wrong in my head when I say that all of that 14 billion rands has got to go for paying for accommodation and nothing else. So by creating that mechanism, potentially, and we're reviewing the whole process, potentially you are violating the Appropriations Act, which appropriates that money for specific purpose. That is worrying. The conversation around the amount of resources available to NSFAS for NSFAS to run, we can debate that, Chair, whether it's adequate or not, and where we need to make savings indeed. Can we make those savings? Will those savings be adequate, cover the budget? And it's a fair point, Chair, that we should be thinking about generating those savings as NSFAS. It's a fair point. Of course, we can come back to the committee and to the ministry and say, we've gone thus far with savings, we still need more. So I guess the point here is that it's sometimes said that we as officials, instead of solving the problem that we need to be solving, we create opportunities for something else. So it is a scenario that is really, really problematic. And our engagement with the accommodation providers seeks to think about that. So there was a question around what are the plans going forward in relation to accreditation and so on. What MPO has been working on with the task team is that will enable us to do that accreditation by the end of December, so that all the accommodation that's available, we know which accommodation is available at what parts. I don't think that we'll have sufficient capacity just yet for the monitoring part, but what we're bringing into the management of the accommodation is also the monitoring surprise visits, unannounced visits to the accommodation facilities. Now, there's a lot of these facilities in the country. You're not going to cover all of them. Excuse me, but if you are able to pick up a few and pick up wrongdoing in those few and deal with that, you're going to begin to change the behavior. And that's part of the plan going forward that we want to bring into the equation. I agree, Chair, that we do need to dig deep and see where we spend the money for systems. It's unfortunate that I have to answer that question by virtue of the responsibility I have. And I've got no qualms around that. The problem is that I will be constrained by knowledge of what happened, but I can see the lived experience we have today. And that lived experience we have today is that our systems are inadequate. And service delivery shortcomings are talking to that inadequacy of our systems. So, and I welcome the committee saying, can we then figure out solutions together? But unfortunately, that is the issue that is on the table in front of me. So, I said when I started talking about systems that we have to deal with what we have and fix it. So we needed to make sure the data we work with, that data is stable, because if that data is stable, you can then work properly. But we also needed to make sure that, because then our systems were not talking to each other, if we're gonna process payments, disbursements at the end of the month, we need to get the data about students and where they are, what are they registered for, and so on, and what amounts must we be paying, and process that. Now, this is for 780,000 students thereabout. Please excuse me for the exact number. To do that manually creates serious problems, even introducing the possibility of errors. So one of the things we've been focusing on is how do we automate that? First, how to make the data readable, and then how do we automate that so that we can start having data quicker. So I really know we're falling short in terms of where we ought to be. But part of the problem is starting from such a negative balance. To get to a break even is taking us quite a bit of time. So the security issues, the cyber security issues, Chair, are worrying. Because in the black market, data gets sold. And because we then hold so much data, our data is not immune from such possibilities. We've been engaged in an exercise which arose out of interference with the data that we have when we were about to make disbursements. We picked up that there's been interference with the data, with the bank accounts. We stopped that process at that point, but we also identified the nature of that interference, and the investigation on that is underway. But what this then showed us is that we need to put a fence around our data so that it's secure. We need to put a fence that enables us to see the movements in data on a regular basis, but also we need to put a fence that secures the data. So, responding to such things, you've got to respond with a short-term solution that says, I'm stopping this from happening now. That mechanism may not be as efficient as the mechanism we're going to implement when you've got the runway. So you've got to make sure that immediately you've got line of sight, and then post the line of sight, you then say, how do I fortify the security around? And that's the strategy that we're adopting. So, I am as worried as all the members in the room about that scenario. And most importantly, because it then distorts the picture and affects service delivery in there. There's connection between these things. We have Paul, maybe I should put a stop here and see if we are adding anything on the student accommodation and problem systems, and then allow Farun to deal with the applications, funding, and those type of questions. Excuse me.
Thanks, I thought maybe let me start off with the last comments that were made by the chair. So the current funding model for universities, residences are cross-subsidized by grants and government by subscriptions. So you see that the source of contest between us and institutions is residences are now identified as part of windfall inflows for institutions. One institution will charge 1% administrative fee for accreditation up to 12% access fee. All institutions are now insistent on reaching of 50,000 rand. I'm talking about facilities that have been built 10, 15 years ago that are no longer owned. So institutions are going for maximum of the cap. So that's where the contest is between us and institutions. It's a conversation that we should have with USAF. We've agreed with Rhodes University that is conducting a review on the cost model of operating residences. We have interest to see what are the drivers of their cost models, to see why is this not the same with other institutions, because we can save a lot for institutions. The second issue is about the resource allocation model, which is on the quarterly report that was submitted to the minister. We have conducted a review to look at how the resource allocation model of NSFAS looks like. About 53% of resources are sitting at ops. Now, if you have listened to what the acting DG says, she's drawing from the AG's report about the need for NSFAS to strengthen finance and IT. So both these two entities are sitting below 11%.
in terms of the resources. So the current model is misaligned to the legislative mandate of NSFAS, and that's why we have the problems with models. And we did not have sight of the previous report of administration because we needed to look at whether the implementation of the recommendations is carried up to what point, because we needed to have a sense whether NSFAS regressed or these are new problems. If you look at the period between this administration and the last administration, it's just 4 years. So it suggests to us that there may have been a regression, and this is why in the report we say we need to put in place a post-administration plan. One of the common things that leads institutions to regression is if you don't have post-administration plan, because the problems that you had thought you have resolved, they recur after administration. So it's one of the issues that we're going to be dealing with. On student accommodation, the task team is assigned 2 responsibilities. One committee focuses on the review of accreditation and grading. In mid-September, that committee will report on the proposed new model for accreditation and grading. The second task team is focusing on operating cost and building cost. This is if you are building a new structure. Some people build properties that are not intended for NSFAS. NSFAS, we're looking for decent, affordable living accommodation. We're not looking for 4-star, 5-star, kind of, because of affordability limit. So we're using the studies that are going to be conducted by IFC to set the base of what the cost model is going to look like for NSFAS. So we're hoping those recommendations will then help us to shape policy moving forward. Of course, we're going to be getting guidance from DHET on those policy direction that we should take. And we've also taken a decision as NSFAS that accreditation for 2025 academic year must be finalized before the commencement of the 2025 academic year, because we've been mindful that ongoing accreditation disrupts teaching and learning across the system. And so students are not able to focus because they are misplaced, they don't know where they stay. We've communicated that to the task team. Part of their work is to make sure that they contribute to planning, to make sure that we don't have that problem. In October, we're going to be hosting a national workshop on student accommodation, focusing on private student accommodation. The recommendations that are coming out of the task team will go to that national conference. And then we'll finalize the draft policies, which we can then ask the DHET to look at and advance for 2025. Yeah, thanks.
If you may, Chair, just want to come to the numbers as we've indicated in the morning. There was a number, I just want to make a correction, with regards to the staff complement, because I see that it might have caused some confusion. So what I just wanted to clarify there, before I hand over to Varun, is that the 80 that we're looking at, it's the contact center staff. So it's in fact the exact number there, it's 89. Just wanted to clarify that because I see that I might have caused some confusion. And then over and above that, we've got service administrators. And then for TVET colleges, we've got 14 in total. And for universities, we're looking at 10. And that's the number there. And then we've got 29 case workers. If you remember, I said on the right-hand side, we've got case workers. Those ones are 29 in total. And then they've got 4 team leaders. So all in all, the staff complement for the operations team, it's 147. And those are the numbers. So the 80 really was to look at the contact center. Just to clarify that number. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I will speak to the matters related to appeals, and in doing so, I think I should address upfront a question raised as to what has happened since the number of 35,226 was presented and now. So as you can see in this particular slide, we have a comparison of where we were on the 14th of August was 35,226, and then now at 249. So immediately you can see in that period of time, from the 14th to the 20th of August, there may be 6 days between that, but fewer business days. Nonetheless, we dropped by about 5,000. And then I just would like to explain the numbers with your permission. So the first thing I'm going to do before I explain the numbers is to share with you that an appeal is a two-step process. It starts with a caseworker, or let's call it the person an appeal worker in this instance. The appeal worker reviews the case and either approves or rejects the appeal. The appeal then proceeds to a team leader. Chris is with us today, Mr. Nwosi. He is a team leader. So on his team, the caseworkers will then send the appeals through to Chris. Now, on the slide, it looks very elegant. The first row, the appeal worker reviews the case, then it just flips over to the team leader to finalize the case. But let me tell you, we were stuck for weeks because it was not progressing from the appeal worker to the caseworker. It took 4 to 6 weeks, if not more, to actually resolve that one problem. We resolved it eventually, and that's where we sit now. So currently, the number given to you by the administrator of 1663 is informed by empirical analysis. Those numbers are fed from our system of 1663, and that was as of yesterday. Chris will tell you that that number has dropped since yesterday. Chris, if you can think about what that number is today, that will be helpful, but we'll have to get it from the data. Okay. So we now have appeals that need to be finalized. So you may say, well, let's look at some of the other numbers in this particular table. So if I go down, you will see appeals which have been rejected. So those ones were rejected in the first instance and had to be reviewed by the team leader as well before they were finalized. So it may be a little bit confusing for you, but we have 2 instances here. Approved by the case appeal worker, then approved by the team leader. Rejected by the appeal worker, then rejected by the team leader. So that counts for rows 2 and 3. Then we have cases escalated to ICT because of anomalies with the information like parental details, and then we ask ICT to fix those for us. Now here's the issue with the universities. It's not only universities, it's also colleges where we have not received the results for, let's say, civil for 2023. So the student now is in limbo because we say we have not received your results. And then civil says, well, actually, I have passed. Okay, so we say, wonderful. We then communicate with the universities through our service administrators, that's Tilly's team, and then we ask for the information to be uploaded. When it's uploaded, the status needs to change from rejected to funded again. But, you know, we sometimes have a delay in the information being received by us and the delay sometimes in the processing from rejected to funded. Then there's the last category here. Okay, and that is student needs to upload supporting documents to finalize the appeal. Now I want to answer this question, I want to address this matter in terms of whether we can actually close appeals on the 21st of September. You see, these 6,000 students, once they send us their documents, they go to the first row, just flips up, because from the, what is this thing? Okay. From the document stage where you have outstanding documents, when you submit your documents, you then go back and you are reviewed by a caseworker, or an appeal worker in this case. So this number can drop. But if these students do not submit any supporting documentation, we can't do anything about these students. Either we close the appeals in 30 days, because that's the time, that's the window we give them to send the information to us, or, you know, they just persist in the system. And there are new appeals being lodged. So we need to understand that particular reality as well. In terms of the questions that were posed, in terms of the questions that we had from the honorable members, I'm not going to project. So the first question was an update as of today. I've given that. Let's talk about all the appeals matters before I discuss the one applications matter. So do appeals ever close? Well, you know, they do if you are beyond the window that we give you. So if a COO is rejected, he has 30 days in which to submit an appeal. If he doesn't submit an appeal, in that period, we gray out that option. You cannot appeal again. You cannot appeal thereafter. However, remember that we are still processing applications. So as we reject, people will then appeal if they are rejected for various reasons: financial eligibility, academic eligibility, a range of issues will surface. And then appeals and missing documents, I think I've explained that. Appeals are unnecessarily delayed because the documents are available but not inserted by the appeal worker. This is a very interesting concept. We are not allowed to edit applications. We are not allowed to edit any of this information. You must upload it yourself. Okay, so we have this kind of system that prevails, and that's the way the system is designed. Unless, Chris, you think we should revisit that, but then there are issues about if we tamper with the application or the appeal, then people can say we're tampering with people's personal information. We can't edit an application, is that correct? We can't.
No, we can't.
You can't. Okay, so then those are by and large the questions about appeals. I want to dwell a little bit on the applications question, and that is applications are declined because mum received a bonus. Now, yes, mum can receive a bonus, but remember, we do financial eligibility checks with SARS. So all we say is, tell us the household income before deductions. If SARS says the household income is 360,000, we can't do anything about that because these criteria are set by you. You're the government, the DHET works with us. These things are predefined. We have to comply. We are simply implementers. So any variation, any gray areas, you will have to define for us, or else we will be remiss in our duties. And then if you commit, Chairperson, must I speak about the loans also, or Mr. Number, do I need to speak about the loans also? Okay, just a quick question also on capacity before I proceed to loans. I just run through a scenario with you when we talk about capacity. Just for you to understand the delays and the frustration that exists out there. Let's suppose hypothetically 1 million children apply, the first time entrants, F10s. Let's take 300,000 and call them SASSA applicants. No problem. We will fund them immediately. Immediately they will receive a funded status. Let's look at the other 700,000. You came with us today and you saw 29 caseworkers. We used to have 30. We still have a vacancy for where we can fill that one vacancy for 30. But work on those numbers. And I told you that each caseworker processes 180 applications a day. Not appeals, applications. Multiply that. And you're going to get close to 5,040. That's on a good day. It's not raining in Cape Town. If there's no traffic issue or any other issue, let's suppose hypothetically 5,000. Now, 700,000 applications. Okay, let's suppose they all have to go through some kind of verification, some kind of evaluation. Just hypothetically, let's suppose they all have to go through. How many months will it take you? Immediately, you're looking at 6 months or 7 months. Immediately, you're looking at 7 months. By this time, you're in semester 2. So if you ask yourself why we have a backlog with applications, look at the numbers that you saw downstairs. Look at the capacity. It's not about performance. Every caseworker gets assigned 180 cases a day. Chris will assign it. At the end of the day, they have to prove to him that they have worked those cases. So that's the reality with applications. Then you have appeals. We're dealing with applications during the first 3 months of the year. We're trying to finish. Then suddenly people start appealing. So we don't have the capacity to immediately address that. So we then have the system where we flounder in. We're dealing with applications, we're dealing with appeals. Okay, so again, delays will be caused by concomitant challenges of applications and appeals. So that's just a backdrop for you in terms of how these things need to be processed, because that part of case management or that part of the applications processing of applications, which is not automated, which is human, is conducted in that particular space that you saw today. And those are our limitations. So how do we deal with this? We can't get more staff. We don't have the money. So we have introduced efficiencies into our system. That new application form has certain methods of streamlining, of helping us to prioritize disabled students, for example, bring them in first, prioritize the students that need to be first in the line. So this is how we are responding. We are not just, resting on our laurels and saying, well, we don't have the resources, so we're not going to do anything about it. We are trying. Now, if you come to the loan system, I know that many of us have been familiarized with some of the numbers. We were promised 3.8 billion rand for the loan system, or let's call it the loan scheme. So the loan scheme actually is 3.8 billion over 4 years, right? So 3.8 billion initially, if we had it for 1 year, would have translated into about 73,000 students, okay, across both the university and the TVET sectors. However, the 3.8 billion is supposed to be spread over 4 years. To date, we've received only 2.1 billion of that, and we wait for the balance to come short work. So which means that if you divide 3.8 billion by 4, you got 950 million, okay? We need now to actually spread that 950 million across the sector, and we have calculated that we can do 15,000 students with it. So you wanted to know the numbers. We received just over 31,000 applications for loans. Of that, there were about 6,700 SASA applicants. We removed them and placed them into the bursary system. Obvious choice. Of the 24,000, about 8,000 of them withdrew. So we were left with the balance. We processed the balance. Now, this is how we process the balance. I need you to perhaps identify the pain that Chris, the other team leaders, myself, the manager, the caseworkers have been through. We do not have a loan scheme system. We have a bursary system, okay? Sitting behind me is Mr. Jack Molefe. He is responsible for the overall functioning of a bursary system. Every time I try to fill in that system to get a loan outcome, it tinkers with his system and it can compromise his system. So I don't blame him for, not wanting me to tinker with that system. I don't have a system at the moment. Everything we've done is based largely on a manual processing. So out of 24,000, we didn't simply willy-nilly arrive at 1,300. We're sitting at about 1,300 at the moment. We had to apply the loan scheme criteria to the letter. Okay, the loan scheme guidelines had to be applied. So for example, many people applied, but they were below 350,000 Rand as a household income. They don't qualify because they're not in the missing middle. You have to be between 350 and 600,000. So that's one reality we have to face. In terms of the way in which we processed our loans, we had challenges also with how our system worked. And if you had the highest qualification, for example, you couldn't get a bursary. But if you had a loan and we found you had the highest qualification, we still processed you because you could qualify for a postgraduate qualification. So these are some of the challenges we have experienced. Someone wanted to know if there are 10 names or 10 ID numbers that we can share with you about who is at this moment eligible for a loan. We have 1,302 names that we can share with you now, and IDs. Chris is here with me. We'll share the list with you. And the thing is that these people have not received funding yet, because you can't simply award loans as you do bursaries. Because now we're funding with we are operating within the confines of the National Credit Act. We have to ensure that we have things in place like a loan agreement, which we had before, but it was dated, and we function differently. If you read the loan scheme guidelines now, very prominently is the concept of a surety. It never existed before. The loan agreement form just had a signature from the parent previously. Now we have a concept of a surety. Now we have the concept of affordability of the surety. Another process, a credit request form, and then a memoranda of understanding need to be signed. with institutions. And we are sort of at that point now. We're about to issue the memoranda of understanding to the institutions and then proceed. But it will still come back to us because we need to do the affordability assessment. So there's a good couple of weeks of work left before we actually start disbursing. So I'm sorry for that long-winded, maybe not so promising account, but it's the truth. And I think that we should share that with honorable members. Thank you.
For minutes five, I just want to touch on one or two things that I had to rest my voice, Chair. Unfortunately, my voice is disappeared. It was a point raised around I wanted it in the past we shortened the distance between universities. And it was the main point that Honorable Hassan raised. We are already reviewing the arrangements we have to see if those arrangements can be modified so that we can pay directly to the accommodation providers. It might even help us with information on some of the issues we're raising around the abuse of the system by institutions, as long as we're able to pay directly to the accommodation providers, because then we'll know what is the actual invoice that we're paying for. So there's a team that we're engaging with who's going to look into the bigger implications, because the radical arrangements that we have, so that this process is done better than the first one. The issue of decentralization and regionalization, at the level of NSFAS, we have taken that decision that we do need to be accessible to institutions. So the first step of that will most likely be having presence in places like Gauteng, KZN, Eastern Cape. We already have presence here, so that we can service the institutions closer to that point. And then in our conversations with SACPO and USAF, we are looking in ways in which we can collaborate and have information available in the student affairs offices that relate to NSFAS, so that there can be assistance that is provided at that level. They have offered that we should consider doing such, so that we can be accessible closely there. The interim arrangement with FNB is an interim arrangement. Obviously, we have a problem now that we've got the interdict, so we're going to have to run it on a month-by-month basis until the interdict is over. But the understanding is that we have to go out and ask for proposals so that we can prepare proposals. But we want those proposals, the consideration we have is that we don't want to expose the students' money to credit risk where it can be lost by the entity in between. Now we're going to have them to look at the banking sector for that assistance, so that also the service fees, they've got economies of scale and all of those things. So we're not going to use a lot of the students' money. To clarify the question again, Honorable Mbobi, the 22 rands is 10 rands from the student, but the other rands 50 is paid by NSFAS. So the entering into that arrangement was problematic, and you said with students consulted, there's no evidence of such. But as we're trying to resolve it, we did consult the students. In fact, the students came to us as soon as I became their administrator to say, we are losing our allowances, solve this problem for us. So we did have engagement with student leadership to resolve that. The issue of the building of NSFAS is an issue that I had asked the team internally to look into how we got into this building in the first place. They are finalizing the report. The interim briefing I got was that there may well be issues in terms of how we ended up here. But also we have to look at the cost. The cost, I think, is 2.2 million rands per per month, and then there is 250,000 rands for rates and taxes, water and electricity. So it is quite steep, and we're looking to find accommodation that is obviously good accommodation, but also cost effective. We still have, I think, 2-3 years to go of the lease agreement, but we're going to start conversations with the landlord to see how we can optimize going forward. Thank you. I think I'll stop there, Chair. For all of the other things we're going to have to do. There were things that you asked us to write to you. So,
yeah, before the acting DG will come before you. The acting DG will come before you. So September will come before the ministry.
Okay.
You have a point of order.
Yes, you had asked the administrator if he's planning to conduct a skills to audit. He hasn't responded to that question.
Yeah, but that was not a point of order.
I didn't say I had a point of order.
Okay. Yeah, maybe before you enter there as well. Administrator, we have a serious problem. From what I've listened to, it means we don't have an ICT department at NSFAS. It means we have people working in that department who does things manually. Because the numbers that Mr. Gulam was giving us are manual capturing. What is ICT about the answers he's giving us? But nothing on ICT. So we have a problem. I was deliberate when I mentioned that National Treasury had given NSFAS around 119 billion rands on ICT. What we are being told is that people arrive in the morning, the only ICT thing they have there is a laptop. They call that department ICT. It's a scary thought. The answers that we have received there scares me. Deputy ministers have a problem, literally. Because, in fact, the second part of that answer from ICT about the loan scheme is that we are dreaming if we think there will be any person who has applied for a loan who's going to get it this year. Literally, that's what it's saying, you are dreaming. When that money, I asked that question intentionally when I asked, why did we take the 2.5 million from SETAs that were meant to achieve their targets on skills development, brought that money to NSFAS when we don't know what we are going to do with that money? When the answer it says, you're dreaming, it's not going to happen now. Literally. Living here, the people who have applied for the loan scheme, those people who have applied from where they are, I don't know what is it that we are going to tell them. I don't know if there's any member who had different to say, no, NSFAS says at the end of September, they would have resolved the loan scheme. That's not what we are saying. That is not what we are saying. So seated here, I don't know honestly speaking, if I have confidence in the ICT department to resolve any of our problems. I was worried earlier on, I'm scared now after that answer. And you saw Honorable Khafau came here, she was shocked. She even asked if, did I hear correctly? And I showed her, this is what I wrote when the gentleman spoke. Because I don't know where we are, administrator. It means this year we must forget about the loan scheme. It means NSFAS must do a press conference and say to the people, to the young people, there's no loan scheme this year. Because you can't lie to our people and say we're resolving it and we're not resolving anything. And we, deputy ministers, a department, we must understand what is ICT doing. What have we done with the Dr. Sokiko, you were there. The National Treasury gave us that man. What is it that has happened to that man? Because you can't tell me while capturing things manually. Eh? It's like when you are going to a clinic in the rural areas, they open a file every time you come. They can't find you on the system. Where 50 billion entered, 50 billion rands entered, are doing things manually. And we are saying it proudly that there's nothing we can do. 180 things that we can capture a day, 29 people, 5,220 every day. That's all we can do. It will take 6 months for us to deal with 700,000. There's nothing we can do. That's what we are saying. The loan scheme was announced in February, in December. Stress hours. December. It's August now. And 1,330 people. 1,330 people who have not done anything. We're talking about what have we done to make sure that the bursary scheme that we have or the loan scheme that we need, we have moved. This is where we've moved. You are not telling us that. You're not telling us what is it that you have done to make sure that you get rid of the red tape. You can't come every week and you tell us, no, we're not a bursary scheme, we're not a loan scheme. That thing needs a national credit regulator, whoever, I don't know. It can be. It's August. There are people who literally we have lied to and told them we have 3.8 billion. You say you need 900 a year. You have 2.something billion. What are you doing with it? You're behaving like this bank. You're taking that money. You're banking it to get what is this things? Interest at the expense of who? This one, we're not taking it. Honestly speaking, I don't think it's satisfactory. We can't have it. We must have a better answer there. Honestly speaking, we can't have an ICT system that tells us that there are manuals, they are ICT because of a department or a floor level. What else is ICT about them? That we're not going to have, honestly speaking. Let's get a better answer. There's an issue on skills audit that you did not answer that part as well.
Yeah, we do have a skills audit report, I think that was done, but it does provide information, so to that extent it's helpful, but I think it's inadequate. Hence, we're talking about the organizational review in the presentation, but we do have, there was a skills audit that was done. On the ICT, I think it was painting a scenario of what, just to where we are. with the student loans, all of the 31,700 applications that were received have been processed. And the 1,300 odd that he's talking about is the outcome of that processing, and those are the people that qualify fully. The delay now is because there's going to be, I think, an MOU with the institutions, as well as some credit form that must be filled to comply with the National Credit Act. So yes, the process has taken long. We were not ready when this issue was announced. NSFAS wasn't ready. We can't beat about the bush there. So the limitation working with Chair is that we're using the current systems and making them more efficient so that we can deal with this issue, with these issues of applications. Hence, the new application form, they've designed it to create those efficiencies that will help us process quicker. The IT team and the operations team are constantly meeting to address these issues, but our systems were not talking to each other. That is the reality that we have, unfortunately. And we can then provide what the plan going forward in relation to that, Chair, and what efficiencies are we likely to derive from that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will just explain the funding component. So we've got commitment from the NSF and the commitment is 1.5 billion towards the loan scheme annually. And this was important because when we said there's 3.8 billion, we meant that 3.8 billion will be spent for a 3-year cycle qualification. So that's an important point. The second part, we are completely dependent on NSFAS to generate the numbers, and we make the adjustments elsewhere. Unfortunately, the numbers are what they are, 1,300. We have engaged NSFAS saying this is wholly inadequate. In fact, the presidency wanted to know about the progress of this because, as you will recall, Chair, they felt that we should have a public-private model to support the loan scheme. So we are sitting in an unenviable position, and I must say we are equally disappointed, particularly with the former acting CEO who promised Minister that the procurement for the loan scheme was underway. This was in December. We asked him for a project plan. On record, said this to the Minister. So we are really, really disappointed. The second part is that also still on the loan scheme is that we said as we progress, we will get funds from philanthropists. We started engaging philanthropists, and theirs was, yes, that's fine. If NSFAS is going to be your implementing vehicle, that's fine. Also PIC, which is another, said, okay, if NSFAS is the implementing vehicle, what is the public confidence level in NSFAS? And of course, the biggest issue was the closeout report. Any funder, any philanthropist is going to say, bring me your books. We couldn't bring NSFAS books. As you know, the annual reports are outstanding. And you and I know how difficult it was to get the last report through, and the Auditor General's cooperation from NSFAS, which is why Minister had no choice but to put NSFAS under administration, because the basic financial reports are not coming through. Now, let me bring you to the ICT systems. We sat, and I'm sorry I have to refer to people who are not in the room, but the records, the minutes are there. We sat with a former CEO, Nongogo Andile, at National Treasury in that meeting. Former CFO of the department, Pretty Makukule, we sat in that meeting, the whole team. We had specialist ICT people come on board. They assessed NSFAS ICT systems and they said, what you have presented to National Treasury is a Rolls Royce. We are recommending this Volkswagen, which will do everything that you need, and this is how much it costs. Mr. Nongogo kept saying in public, and I know he said to this committee, that we are giving him peanuts. There's nothing he can do with the budget that National Treasury had proposed. And National Treasury was firm. National said, we're not going to move. Show us step by step how your systems are going to integrate. So as you say, Chair, there was no ICT solution. Indeed, they couldn't explain a coherent story. So National Treasury said, okay, look, our consultants will work with you again for free. We will pay. National Treasury funded the ICT specialists in our presence to come and assist NSFAS further. The long and short is NSFAS publicly told you we are not giving you money. Now National Treasury said, okay, here's a compromise position. We'll put 136 million on the table. We'll pay you by quarter. This is what, and this is to support the ICT system, because wherever NSFAS goes, it says systems are collapsing, and because National Treasury is not giving it funding. So here's the funding. We asked the CEO, so it transitioned from Andile to what's the letter CEO? Ramarusi. Yes, where is your plan? And he kept saying, no, we haven't spent a cent. I'm going to tell you, Chen, and the CFOs there, up until March, NSFAS reported that they haven't spent the funds. So it's shocking. I mean, I asked the administrator, has he seen those funds? He doesn't know what I'm talking about. So we do have a concern. And on that basis, I can say personally, my position, we are not giving a cent to NSFAS until they can present an ICT strategy, spec'd properly. You know, we didn't just stop there as the department. There was a time I called the NSFAS executives. I don't know if some of them were in that meeting. I hadn't slept because I took the NCI report, which you know, I shared it with yourselves. Took the NCI report, I broke it down step by step of all the things that NSFAS had to do. I made a presentation, invited the executives, I invited the NSFAS board. I didn't stop there. I went and I did a presentation to Minister to say this is what NSFAS needs to do to overcome its shortcomings around systems integration. Yes, we acknowledge that university systems are also imperfect. We know a few institutions, largely the HDIs, which need a lot of support around upgrading their systems. But we gave NSFAS the detailed, funded through the state's money. And I'll say the state because it was National Treasury and it was the NCI report. All of that was paid for by the department to assist NSFAS. We did all of that. We asked for a progress report from the former CEO. The report he gave us was that there was progress with implementation of that ICT system. To hear that nothing has moved today is truly, truly disappointing. So when we then, at the last attempt to assist NSFAS, was when Minister said, okay, NSFAS, your turnaround plan must include this ICT system solution. Gave the board a deadline. The board had a stretch session, they met, came back, they told Minister, this is their turnaround plan. Minister said, okay, let me see improvement based on their turnaround plan. Gave them deadlines, they failed. It is at that point that Minister said, okay, the board is dissolved henceforth. And you will recall at that point we had Professor Van Staden trying to move the dial. So that's where we are with the systems issue. Then, Chair, you asked questions around the transition from one administrator to the other. I wasn't present, but I have consulted with colleagues. The former administrator, Carlson, Professor Carlson, handed over to Andile and a new board. 2018. And the information I have thus far is just that they were required to implement a turnaround plan. I haven't seen that report. And the only report that I had as my reference was this NCI document, which to me was more than adequate. I don't think it was independent of the administrator, and that's what made the report more valuable. I call them the VLAN report. It's interchangeably NCI or the VLAN report. So that's where that matter stands. And what support have we given the new administrator? Well, we were absolutely clear that the appointment of technical specialists must follow as the process as prescribed. And I say this, Chair, because we were absolutely, we followed the letter of the law when we appointed the new administrator. His salary, his terms of reference were all, endorsed by the Minister of Finance. And it was not a smooth process. So I want to stress that it was an iterative process because the Minister of Finance had to show that he applied his mind to all the terms we included for the administrator. I should have asked him to recuse himself because I'm now talking about him. But it was an iterative process. When Minister finally signed, I'm happy to forward that concurrence. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Concurrence from the Minister of Finance. I'm happy to forward that to you, Chair, as you have requested. But we followed the letter of the law. And then the other matter have I covered, Chair? I know there's something else you asked. The issue of, what have I left out? Okay, the TVET. The shortfall of the TVET, remember, TVETs have 2 cycles in their application processes. So that may appear as a shortfall now, but with a second cycle in the academic year, more students take up because these cycles are not as similar to university cycles. Notwithstanding, the point was made that we do need to work on the national view or concept of the value of TVET so that we can attract more students. And that transition needs a national dialogue. So we will look closely. National Treasury's position is also we must assist in what's the word? Doing the alignment. That is the enrollment alignment. Looking at NSFAS's enrollment plan, which we have started. We brought in an enrollment specialist, had a workshop with NSFAS so that they can start looking at those numbers. Part of it means then shifting the focus towards TVET. Yeah. Chair, I hope I've covered all your questions. If I haven't, please forgive me. I'm happy to respond in writing. But I know that, and I think the others, Minister DM, Manamela or Godwe may add, but that is as far as I can go. Thank you, Chair.
As much as banks away from out these projects from the government. In between, you are going to tell us when. What you can say, one day show the students specifically to proposal. You don't mention as to when did you conduct that report. Your answer was not clear as to if you found that report when you ascended, or is it a new report based on that the skills for interview of conducted. I'm raising this because of listening to the GTG on how they are bring commitments from NSFAS in terms of resolving some of these issues. To that extent, the question that comes to my mind is, are we also able to raise that knows what is it that they are employed for? We have the necessary capacity. And we actually have a performance management in place to assess as to whether it is a dead good or generally or a liability for us as government. Because when it's all said and done, GTG said that in the intention is to do the key from the states. So if you are able and you are over time on the consulting, generally are able to get all the issues. But can we check with people out for your performance management? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
So, none of myself of the feedback because yeah, you can hear them like as a follow actually got the answer. Yeah, so you really starting in myself.
Thank you very much, Chair. I asked, I think they would have helped. I asked for the short term and the long term because that will give the timelines of everything that you are going to do, and you have just very I was asking that question so that you would have summarized a lot of things.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up is on the 3.8 missing middle, and I'm happy that we got the breakdown we did, but we still don't have an answer. Even you yourself, you asked. The question is simple. It's simple in two forms. One, are the applicants that have been received, applications that have been received, are those applicants going to receive funding for the next academic year? That's simple. Question number one. Question, yes or no? And then number two, on the same question, how are we going to administer the administration of the applications moving forward in a way that affords us clarity on what it is that we're tracking and how and what it is that we're tracking and what it is that we are funding? That's just that clarity.
Chair, thank you. I think what from the looks of things, look like NSFAS has been in trouble and used like as a cash cow, and anyone who's given an opportunity to fix the institution looks like they think they've arrived from yesterday to be in a big shot of doing the wrong thing. Well, what I've experienced sometimes in this country, Chair, and as well to you, Administrator, when you are given such an opportunity as you are given of being administrator, a lot of South Africans have failed to seize the moment of proving themselves to turn things around for the best of our kids. I've been with administrator, post office, you can name them. Others are doctors, others are, here is a professor now before you. It's a variety. So I've been having a problem in this country. It looked like we've lost morale and we've lost ethics, and the environment has just been created that when it's this environment of administration, it's my turn to eat. So here, Mr. Nombalo, you've got an impeccable record in your career-wise, in your life, in everything. And from my side, I'm pleading with you, please, we just asking as this committee, because a lot of members, some of them are asking things that surely even you as administrator, ICT is not there, kids are not paid. Chair, I was sitting on the Tswana North TVET College. They've got all the solutions for NSFAS about the money that is sitting here. NSFAS doesn't even know it. They don't collect it. Who's next financial year, after the next financial year, the next financial year. NSFAS is in a mess. My request, Chair, can you from on pleading, can you use this opportunity to just do a miracle for NSFAS? As an administrator, administrators have so much power, Chair. If you have so much power either to damage the institution worse than before or to make great things.
At the post office, I was with some doctor. You are even given rights to go and fire the cleaner. That's how administrative powers is. You have all the right to remove any stumbling block, corrupt people, people who are spin doctors with lies, people who show you things that don't exist, and then you see it. They say there's something there, but it doesn't exist. Charge and clean up and all what I'm asking on this committee. Can you just assist NSFAS by just be the one person who will be the stupidest of all those that have come before who want to enrich themselves, and just make the institution work and work for the best for our kids through all the things that have been said, accommodation. And Chair, what you will know as well as we need to know that he's going to get resistance. I know you counted the number of about 38 or more service providers that are there for accommodation. You're going to get threats, you're going to get resistance, you're going to get people says you are interrupting our eating and all those stuff. If you can be brave to turn around this institution, we in a mess. I'm not taking swallow, but we are the product of NS. It was TAPS in our time. And I heard Chair, you were talking about administrator about a student who moves into accommodation and get out and go to a cheap. If a student does that, let me tell you what I used to do when I was at TAPS at my time. I used to be given money to buy books, and I used to go to my friend who has bought books, and I used to photocopy them so that I can get change to go and buy nice stuff for myself. And that's not corruption, administrator. But I used to make money I used to get change as a student and look good, even have sense. Yeah, that's what I used to do. If kids, our students, are doing some things that's not close to that mess, that stuff, focus on big stuff. Sometimes our kids, some of the kids come from the very disadvantaged families. This money of NSFAS, it's so useful to them. Some of them, they even take care of their families with it. You must know that. So I'm just making you, as we are the product of TAPS, because TAPS at our time. We had all creative methodologies of making money and leave the cash in our pocket. So my Chair, in closing, you said, please use this opportunity to turn around the institution and make it work. We are sick and tired of talking every nonsense of corruption. It's there. We've seen everything. We are sick and tired of it. Let's turn around this institution. In 1 year, you're given this big opportunity that no one has ever had got.
Let's give things
I don't even understand the word, but I'm not a Tinswalo. No, thanks, Chair, for another opportunity. Maybe mine is clarity or two. I think one clarity that I will seek from the administrator or whomsoever can, I think, clarify it in the entity is the one around the closeout project. I think it's a term that I got in MUT. I think when they gave me that term, I think it spoke about what the CFO there managed to make me understand was that it's a project that deals with, I think, shortfalls within certain periods. They even indicated that there was a closeout project from 2017 to 2022 and then 2023. And in that process, he also mentioned that there's monies that are owed by the entity to the university, and they even spoke about figures of billions that is owed to them. Now, I just want to understand in terms of that, does the entity have the budget to set that correctly and to deal with that? And then also the matter of health and safety as well as transport in this new pilot project. I think the administrator did not speak to that, and I had highlighted, in fact, even there at the roadshow, I highlighted that I want to get an understanding as to what is the plan in terms of administering the process of transport, because you can't just say you're going to deal with the accommodation and pay landlords, but there's transport, there's issues of safety, which I think was alluded to by even the chairperson, if I was not mistaken, or if rather I captured correctly. So if you can just speak on those two aspects for me, Yeah, I think that would be that's clarity only for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, give the administrator the mic. Administrator, don't on the loan scheme, don't attempt to respond, because NSFAS has got a different understanding from what the department understands, including the budget. So we're going to request the department, because I did not want to say that what I've heard from the department is that NSF will put 1.5 billion every year. And if you are saying this money is around 900, I don't know what are you talking about. I just did not want to enter that. So NSFAS and the department will have to clarify this part. Let's look at the system that was supposed to be procured, the loan scheme. How far are you? Let's expedite those processes. If it means you must call the former acting CEO to get a clarity, but you still have supply chain processes or people who are there. There are some who are in senior management who are there, who must just give us what was the process so that we are able to now work towards getting solutions. You are saying there was a commitment that the money from National Treasury was not spent until March this year. It was not touched. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, there's a report to that effect. That's what I'm saying. The best way to resolve this thing is through a forensic report. We must first check on the papers. Do we have this money? If it's not there somehow, let's put a forensic. If the forensic says Adele took the money and did not report about it, I still say, if you are afraid, you must give me that. I'm going to open a case, a criminal case with the Hawks to go and investigate this thing, because it can be that poor kids continue to suffer and somebody just decides to literally steal money that was meant for them. So I think on that one we're fine. And I'm happy you corrected me that it was 136 million, because my maths was saying 119. If you can just clarify the unanswered questions from Honorable Masek, Honorable Kakao, Honorable Sezani, and the advice from Honorable Ngubani, then we'll go to the ministry to help us.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of tracking application as and when applications come through, we are now able to see the total number of applications that would have come through and what has been done with them. The dashboard I was showing earlier, we've got a similar dashboard that deals with appeals, but also building the same dashboard that will deal with applications. So we'll be able to see how many applications have been received at any given point in time and how many have been processed. So that tracking system is those dashboards that I showed earlier. And on the historical things, yes, we are closing those, and in the presentation I showed a figure that was for the appeals, the amount that we estimate will be spent on the appeals. That will be funding the students as well. Thank you for that. And then on the long and short term, in the presentation, I showed that slide, but at the end of the presentation, I also showed the project plan, that being the work of the administration. In the project plan, yes, at the end, that slide that is showing now. Yes. So that the timelines there, they go up until 2026, because when we prepared this document, we prepared at the time before the new gazette. So the process, which is the point that we're doing now, is to renegotiate with the minister what are now the deliverables that we have to deliver before the end of December. The other items that are there, we still have to put them in the handover report in terms of where they are at to the extent that we've touched them. Yes, then coming to the issue of senior management, we insisted on having the performance agreements signed by a certain date. I think we finished signing them, I think it was end of May. But because we are engaged in the process of road shows and understanding some of the challenges, we've said to the managers, they must be mindful that we will adjust during the year those performance agreements to make sure that they are aligned to the demands on them that we have. So these items, while we're dealing with them as the administration, the execution is done through the executives, and their performance agreement then picks up those items. On the skills audit, Comrade Hawes is left. Honorable member has left. Apologies, Chair. Yes. But on the skills audit, it's a skills audit that was done prior to my time. But we're saying there are some gaps that we need to address. So between now and end of December, we are going to be beefing up that work so that when we leave a picture for the board, there will be a picture that talks to the current situations. So much the issues you're talking about are, we fully understand. But the point that Honorable Ngomi next to you is raising of health and safety, if a student then moves to the accommodation that is not of the right standard and then something happens, there's a question of who takes the responsibility. We do understand the background from which students are coming from, which is why, from a health and safety point of view, having seen what we saw in UKZN in terms of the safety of students, there's even stories, even here in the Western Cape, that there is a NSFAS week, I think that's what they called it, when NSFAS transfers the allowances, the criminals target students. So it gets worse than if students have to go past areas that are difficult. So that's an issue. And it does go back to the question of transport, which I did indicate that in terms of our guidelines at the moment, we've got that 5-kilometer radius, but we're reviewing that because we're saying it is not feasible for certain parts of the country. So we can't have a scenario in which we really expose the students. On the closeout project, now, of the monies that we have received, so SIU has recovered around 850 million. I can't remember the figure from the top of my head now. And we have recovered as NSFAS about 477. That money we ring fence so that to the extent that now it's NSFAS that owes the institution, we should have the money to settle that. Now, this issue, which is why I talked about it when I was talking about the dashboard of disbursement. When we do the closeout, it's not enough that we transferred so much money. What the Auditor General is interested in is, you transferred this money for Sotrikwa. Did it reach Sotrikwa? If it did not, so you have to reconcile at a student level so that you can't then offset the balances because they might not be related to the same person. So that's what we do there. But the funds that have been recovered are ring-fenced so that we'll be able to honor the obligation in the event NSFAS is the one that has to pay. Thank you, Chair.
Just to quickly add, it's the money to the ID. They're not interested in Igamalako or anything. They just want that ID. So the ID must speak to every rand that was released from NSFAS. And if you cannot show the ID, you get findings from the auditor. It's that simple. So that's why it's such a detailed process. But I just want to add that report is central to NSFAS annual reports.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I recall one of the members saying during yesterday's session that she doesn't want to be part of the committee that would have to, witness NSFAS being placed under administration for a third time. And I honestly want to echo that as well as a department that DDG, we have to tighten our oversight as well. And we really have to tighten our oversight. And we also have to admit that here and there we've been lax in terms of our oversight. And we need to ensure that we help NSFAS, avoid a third administration, because if we go that route, then it'd be very embarrassing for the department, because this is all happening under our watch. And so, Chair, I recall you also saying yesterday that you hate administration. And I have to admit, the administrator doesn't have an easy task. And, the decision to place any entity under administration is never taken lightly. They have to be compelling, reasons for, a minister to, to place any entity under administration. And that in this case, it's because there were, delays in the implementation of the agreed turnaround strategy and, the Werkmans Report. But it was, more importantly, the negative impact that, the operations and the administration of NSFAS was having on the end user, who's the student. And so, DDG, I want to repeat that as a department, we really have to help NSFAS. We need to help NSFAS because the issues are still not quite resolved. I will give credit to the administrator that at least insofar as the implementation of the, the recommendations of the Werksmans Report, he's made some, some headway. But there are still a number of issues. I mean, I went on that walkabout. I was with the chairperson, the operations center, TDG. It needs more bodies to help process the appeals. The turnaround time is still not where it should be. I mean, we, one of the ladies told us that it takes 7 to 8 days to process disbursements. And I wondered if there was a backlog. And if there is a backlog, then administrator, you have to work overtime, put in the extra hours so that you clear, that backlog. And I'm not sure where you're going to get the extra warm bodies, but there is no way you can have a contact center that has 89 people. You have 40 people that are dealing with calls, and even then they're limited in terms of the number of calls that they can take. So you really need to come up with a plan there, whether you have to redeploy people from somewhere else to come in and help. I'm not sure how you're going to do it, but you also need to, I'm not sure whether you have a turnaround strategy yourself, but you need to ramp it up because time is running out. And as the chairperson say, I'm also worried now that your administration period is coming to an end. We're going to have a new board that really isn't au fait with the issues. And how we're going to reconcile the two. So I really, Chairperson, it's unfortunate that the minister is not here because she has not delegated NSFAS to myself or Minister Manamela. So, but we will engage her because I think that even though it's not something that falls within our purview, strictly speaking, we have an obligation to assist her because it's not something that I think we can leave the minister alone to deal with. So I think I want to assure the committee that we are committed with my fellow DN to ensure that, the issue that NSFAS. And I agree with the idea that your offices cannot be located in Cape Town only.
You've got to get out. You've got to decentralize when it comes to offices, have your regional and your provincial offices, and have offices located within the institutions. I'm told it used to happen before. I'm not entirely sure why that was stopped, but that's where you come in. Usomahash has just told you that you have, as an administrator, you have a lot of leeway. You can ensure that those things happen. You know, there's certain things that were happening before that were working, but now they've been stopped. So you need to, you know, because you need that human interface. It's not enough. You know, just as we were sitting here, somebody sent me a crying face that I've been trying to call the call center, they're not responding. Are you with me? So you need to have that human interface with the students because the situation has really become untenable and it's become desperate. Students are desperate. I mean, the chairperson shared a story about a student in Cape Town who's from, I think from Venda, and she had no accommodation. And he was even saying, you know, I don't know whether this student now is expected to now go, you know, sell herself in order to get a roof over her head. So, you know, administrator, I don't know if you realize that the mandate of NSFAS is so far reaching. You know, but the way it's going now, we are even taking away the dignity of our students. So I think we're here to support you. I think DDG, we will have to have a meeting where we see how best to support the administrator. But ICT, you know, the ICT system is like at the nerve center of any organization, and it can make or break an organization. So you really need to sort it out. You need to make sure that the people in that in the unit have the capacity. It cannot be right, and it must not be right that you still have a problem of system glitches where you are in the same building, but the one computer cannot speak to the other one. That doesn't make sense. And we saw it on the walkabout as well, administrator. So administrator, we are here to assist. Let us know how we can assist you as the department. And then, you know, the verification process that's aimed at matching every ID with every rent, you know, every rent that's disbursed, that one also has to be improved on. And I tend to agree with the member who said that we must have performance targets in terms of, you know, the staff that is here. And then I wish you had touched on the relationship between yourself and the SIU and told the members, you know, taking them into the confidence around the ambit of the involvement of the SIU into NSFAS, because that's very important, because I believe that relationship, chairperson, has yielded positive results. I mean, the SIU has helped NSFAS claw back a lot of money from even undeserving you know, beneficiaries and from universities that were disbursed money when they were not supposed to receive that money. Am I correct? So perhaps what the chairperson, that forensic investigation that the chairperson spoke about, perhaps you may find that falls within the ambit of the SIU, and they can help, you know, with that investigation. Chairperson, the issues were so many, I don't even know where to start and where to end. But I want to assure you that we've noted down all the concerns that were raised by members. And I want to reiterate that we are here to support the minister. And I think DDG, you have to make sure that the minister gets a report around this meeting. This meeting was very important. And then I really wish the DG was even here so that he can understand the magnitude of the problems. But I want to commend you, Administrator, for opening up and for being transparent about the extent of the problems, because we find that sometimes officials tend to clam up when you know, when members of parliament come or when members of the executive come. So thank you very much for opening up and being honest around some of the challenges. Of course, we're disappointed to hear that, you know, there is the possibility that this loan scheme may not even see the light of day, but we need clarity around that. And we urge you to communicate, and communicate as honestly as possibly and as frequently as possible. Just to add off, Chairperson, there was a suggestion that we have NSFAS as a standing agenda point for the committee. I think that is a very good point. We need your help in making sure that NSFAS turns around. And so we will engage you as many times as we can on NSFAS, and let's have more of these visits. And I want to also, you know,
call on the department and the officials to say that DDG, we have to lighten our oversight. I want to repeat this. Let's not rely on reports anymore. We also must make an effort to go and conduct oversight visits in our entity. Take us along as members of the executive to say, let's come here again. If we had done this roundabout, we would have been able to pick up on these things and raise them with the administrator even before the committee came. So let's do a lot more of that and rely less on reports, please, DDG, so that we can help NSFAS going forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll hand over to my fellow DM.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think firstly, this is the first quarter report, I think, as you said, by the NSFAS administrator. And it's a report that has both positives and negatives. And I think we need to acknowledge the positives of the work that has been done by the NSFAS under the leadership of the administrator. And I think what's exciting is the fact that we have somewhat made progress, especially in the payment of allowances for TVET college students. And I think from there we've also learned our lessons. And we hope that that's a model which should also be considered as part of the considerations of the overall models in terms of the payment and or disbursement of funds, but also the stabilization. The last academic year, including this one, which I think most of those things led to the dissolution of the board and the appointment of that administrator, were all inundated with calls, more than what they are now, which was an abnormal situation. I think that situation has basically turned around, but also the fact that we have somewhat of a turnaround strategy, almost concluding the recovery phase, moving into what would the NSFAS look like into the future. So I think it's also quite exciting that we see all of those. Some issues that Chairperson would need to tighten up and maybe consolidate into reports that we give confidence to members of the portfolio committee that indeed the turnaround will yield the results. I think we need to get a sense. The accommodation project was a pilot project, and like any other project, I think we upon its wrapping up, we will. Both ministry and department, I think, get a report, and obviously the committee needs to get a report, and some of the issues that have been raised, which are concerns, the quality of the accommodation, the payment of accommodation service providers, whatever crookedness that has been happening with regards to accommodation. And some of the concerns that happened during the pilot, I think all of those things need to be, highlighted as part of the report of the pilot project in terms of student accommodation. The experiences, I think, the chair and some of the members have shared, which led to the NSFAS taking a decision that we need to create a centralized platform for accommodation. Are some of the experiences that we see now. So I think we need to, compare as to, do we want to centralize those experiences at the NSFAS, or do we want to keep those experiences at a university and TVET college level so that they are the ones who deal with the problem? problems. Because it's problems which were transferred into the new system. So I think those things need to come up. Secondly, I think we'll have a discussion with the minister. I think the point is taken around the transition when the board comes in, when the administrator's work is wrapped up, and the transition, because we don't want to be faced with a crisis in 2025 January. Where there's a new CEO, there's a new chair of the board, and probably new senior managers, and we are unable to respond to whatever challenges. So I think it's a point well made, which we'll have to look into. And then the quite confident. I think we all accept that there's been progress with the implementation of very key resolutions of the Werkmans Report, save some of the court challenges that we, are experiencing. Agree with the chair that there has to be consequences if we are not clearing the appeals in the set date. The formula needs workable and realizable. And so I think we need to sort that out. The ICT system, of course, needs agency. And then maybe in the next meeting or two, because this is also quite worrying, the report around the loan scheme and how we're going to be funding in the same middle. And I think finally the close-up report between the NSFAS and universities. That's also quite a pressing matter. When this process started, it led to what TM Kondo was talking about, where the ISSI helped recover on the basis of the NSFAS close-up reports, hundreds of millions, if not more, of rents, which were undue benefit to students. 112 million. So I think that project around the close-up report needs to be sorted out. But otherwise, we really appreciate the interaction between the NSFAS and members of Parliament, the portfolio committee, ourselves, and we really take the issues that have been raised seriously. The NSFAS is our collective concern because of the constituency itself. Close to 1 million students are dependent on this institution being successful. Our country has the experiences of disbursing funds to grants to beneficiaries, and I think the administrator himself, I think the fighters investigate you, and I think they realize that you're able to do the work, and we fight. We especially as it relates to ICT administrator, as it relates to payment systems and disbursement of funds and all of that, and how we can efficiently roll out all of those things without incurring unnecessary costs towards the state. The appointment of senior managers in the NSFAS chair is based on the general laws of the country and the policies of the NSFAS. So even though we have an administrator, they're still expected not to breach any of the laws of the country and policies of the NSFAS. And so on. But thank you very much for this, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Ministers. Just as a closing, remark, administrator, if we are saying we have 33,000 appeals to date, They were asking you how many can you deal with in 1 month? And the answer is you can't tell us because there will be an appeal that is loaded tomorrow. There will be another one that is loaded on Friday, and therefore that number you can't promise whether it moves up or down. It's a serious concern because we are saying these members of parliament, if you have given from your system the 33,000 ITs that have appealed, and a new person appeals on a Friday, they're saying they can't differentiate between an old appeal that was lodged in February. And I made an example, was with Honorable Msezana in that conflict, that an appeal was lodged in February on a certain day. And you are saying to us, we can't differentiate because we are defensive. In essence, you are telling us you are not going to do it. There is no will from one seated from NSFAS to resolve these appeals. And that is why no one wants to take responsibility. And it's a serious concern that we will take from here. We will indeed, acting DG, ask you to, as you bring the DG and the minister, will need yourselves to write to us, to give us a report, the previous reports about the money from National Treasury that was not supposedly used, if it's still on the system, and if it was used, who used it and how. I'm sure it's just a matter of getting it on the system. We're asking if that money has been used, indeed to look at the terms of reference of the SIU, if they can cover the forensic aspect of it. And if they can, the department must put a forensic to track where did that money go, who benefited from it. I'm surprised, Administrator, that on the allowance providers, what do you call them, fintech companies, that the amount was 22,150. I'm shocked at, because officially in the documents that we had received at the portfolio committee, as that it was 12 rands. The 22,150 is a shock. Yeah, but we asked how much are they costing. We're told it's 10 rands, 12 rands. So we're shocked that it's 22,150. We're going to look for those records in our minutes, because we do have those presentations. It can be that, misleading or lying to Parliament is a criminal offense. And I think it's high time that we take people head on, because people just think they can do as they please. And it must be business as usual. So that is going to come to, and we're going to consult hindsight in our reports. And if needs be, we're going to indeed criminally charge people. Honorable Deputy Minister Manamela, you're correct. You see this obsession with wanting to pay through big banks and fintech companies. See this country, but the single most biggest payment system called the PESA. No one, you'll never hear a person here who says they've not been paid when they're supposed to be paid. What's so different about us paying these kids through a system like a PESA? What's so different? Is it too cheap or is it because people can't chow things there? What's so different about it? A pestle, you know how many people are on a pestle in South Africa? Millions. No one has been told, I've never missed the payment when I'm supposed to. I know fighters, they've never missed it because Parliament would have banned for the second time. But the reality is that it's a system that has proven to be working. Why have you not thought about something like that? It's something that you might need to look at. Let's leave this obsession. No, let's be serious. Let's be serious. We're still in a meeting. We're still in the meeting.
No, it's not me. I was just going.
I think we've been in a meeting for too long.
Yeah.
So maybe as part of a handover period, maybe look at something like that. We are, like we said, on a monthly basis, we're going to get the reports from you. It will be difficult for us to say now we're going to shift all our meetings in order to only have NSFAS. It's not possible. We unfortunately have that's about 300 entities if you include public TVET and public universities under our watch. But make no mistake, we are going to regularly interact with yourselves. Like we've been invited to next week Wednesday when we're dealing with the University of MUT and BUT. We've asked NSFAS to be part of because we know there are certain things that will come out there with NSFAS is clarified. So that's how we're going to try and have you all the time. We know some of the senior management might not be there, but at least let's have one who'll be able to lead a team that's going to clarify when there are issues. The acting DG, Dr. Sokiko, the issue of the handover project in December and the beginning of the academic year, please pass it to the DG and the minister. I want to get a detailed plan on what is going to happen throughout that period, because it's a sensitive period in the academic calendar. Yes, because the advert of board members is maybe until December, something to that effect. So, and the worry is that if you transfer from that period, you have new people during the beginning of the academic year, is going to be a mess. We want to have a detailed plan from the department and the ministry about what is it that, what is our plan generally around it, because we don't want to have problems. Maybe to end the meeting on a lighter note. No, I wanted to, during this handover period of December, my English left me, and I wrote a transfer period. So those who understand football, the transfer period is what is currently happening between the EFF and NK. Where EFF is transferring to MK. And having said that, because he also left today. Having said that, colleagues, allow us to close the meeting. We thank NSFAS for hosting us. for the whole day. Was supposed to leave at 4. It's now 6:15. We apologize for overstaying, and we hope that next time when we call you to account, you will indeed come. Thank you very much.